For the June 12th, 2018 meeting of the Hendersonville Board of Mayor and Aldermen. We're going to begin our meeting as we typically do, and that's with a prayer and a pledge. And fortunately tonight we have somebody to help us with a prayer. That somebody is Les Chapman. He's the senior minister at the Hendersonville Church of Christ, and we very much appreciate you being here. Please, after he says our prayer and opens us, then I'm going to say the pledge, and I hope you'll remain standing and join me for that. So, Pastor Chapman, thank you so much. Go ahead.
Let's pray. Our Father in heaven, thank you for letting us, Father, be here in this city by the lake. Thank you for Hendersonville. Thank you for our mayor and our board of aldermen and all elected officials that seek to serve our community. Thank you, Father, for letting us live in a community where we can rear our children and educate them, and where we can work, where, Father, we can enjoy life. And Father, with the challenges that come with governing, especially with a city that's growing as fast as Hendersonville is growing, Father, there's always going to be difficulties and challenges. And so, Father, we pray tonight for wisdom on behalf of our elected officials. We pray, Father, for insight and integrity and, Father, a desire to simply do what's best for the majority of people in our fair city. We pray, Father, not only for our city but for our country. We pray for our president, for our vice president, for every senator and representative and judge, Father, that helps make America great. And we thank you for the service of each one. But most of all, Father, we pray that each of us will learn how to fear you, that our nation will respect you, so that, Father, we may prosper, we may enjoy peace, we may enjoy prosperity, and, Father, most of all, that we can seek to live our lives in a way that honors you and honors our conscience, Father. We just pray that you'll grant us that request. So bless the meeting tonight, and we pray it all in our Lord's name. Amen.
Amen. Again, that's Les Chapman. He's the senior minister at the Hendersonville Church of Christ. We very much appreciate you. We appreciate everything your church does for the community as well. Thank you for joining us. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. I entertain a motion to accept the agenda. We have a motion and a second. Alderman Waters.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to amend the agenda. We're going to have a long night, and I know you people don't want to stay till 12, 1 o'clock. And I know you want to go home. So, Mr. Chairman, out of respect of all these people, I ask to move two items on the agenda. Number one, I move to switch number 6 and number 7 at citizens' comments and committee reports. Just swap them.
Okay.
I also move item H and put it at the front of the ordinance and resolution. I so move.
We have a motion and a second for those two changes. Any discussion on that? Alderman Stanford, discussion on this or something else?
On this, what is the first one? Citizens' comments and
Switch 6 and 7.
Put citizen comments after committee reports.
okay. I would have thought though to save time we would do citizens' comments first. I thought that would save more time.
Okay.
Instead of going through all the committee reports and then the citizens commenting.
We got other people in the queue here.
Okay.
Okay. Alderman Skidmore.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try to. Is this on? I can't tell.
You're on. Yep.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to attempt to speak as loudly as I can this evening. But this is about as loud as I can get. Normally, I'm louder than, no offense to our preacher tonight, but a Baptist, Southern Baptist preacher. But tonight, I'm not. I've been under the weather lately, and I apologize for that. But this evening, I think it would be important to. I need to add Resolution 2018-36.
You want to amend Alderman Waters' resolution to do that, or you want to do it separately?
I'll withdraw my second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hold on. Alderman Waters, are you okay with that? We've got, Alderman Skidmore would like to add Resolution 2018-36. Did I have that correct?
Yes, sir.
With
Mine
yours.
may be early, actually.
Okay.
I'm not.
Do you want to make
right
that
on
now
top of it.
item H1 or I? Or do you want to, where do you want to put that?
You know, Mayor, out of an abundance of precaution, because this is such an important issue,
Okay.
and an issue that probably, I would
Makes
say, 90% of the people that are here tonight are
Okay.
for. Why don't we go ahead and vote, if it's okay, on my colleague from Ward 6, Alderman Waters' vote,
Okay.
or on his proposal, and then if the chair would please recognize me
Okay.
after we get through with
do
his, I'll go with my resolution, and we'll talk about it for a
Okay,
second.
in that case, we're going to go back to the initial motion, was to make 2 changes, and that was a motion by Alderman Waters, second by Alderman Strauss. Okay. Anybody else want to comment anymore, discuss anymore this motion to make these 2 changes? Alderman Strauss?
No, I have some additional
Okay.
changes to make.
Alderman Cunningham, on these 2 items, or you want to do something
No,
else?
I have additional,
Okay,
it's just a housekeeping.
okay, okay. All those in favor of making those 2 changes that Alderman Waters suggested, that is moving swapping item 6 and item 7, and moving item H to the first ordinance and resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Alderman Skidmore.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I would like to add tonight's agenda, Resolution 2018-36. It's a resolution of intent to spend funds for our paving program for the repairs for Drakes Creek Road and Anderson Road.
Do you want to put that at the top of, you want to put that?
Yes, sir, and if that, what I would like to do, if it's at all possible, is if we could put this resolution at the very, before or after the approval of the minutes, or even before then, after public hearings, we could put this resolution and discuss it then, and
I'll second that.
I think people would be happy.
Okay, so we're going to put it before reports, before citizen comments?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, it'd be under it would come under public hearing.
Okay.
So it would be the new, 4 or new 5? 4.5, maybe?
What did you say, Chris? We're just going to put it as a public hearing. Okay. And does everybody have a copy of this? This is Resolution 2018-36. So we've got,
Yes.
Yeah, we do, it should be on your,
Okay.
on your desk.
so we've got a motion, a second. Does anybody want to discuss that proposed change? All those in favor of that proposed change as proposed by Alderman Skidmore, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passes
And
unanimously.
thank you, Board, for your indulgence.
Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. It's already on the agenda, but I have to add it because it just went through committee tonight. Item E, ordinance 2018-22, an ordinance to adopt a city budget and appropriate funds for fiscal year 2018-2019. Item F, first reading of ordinance 2018-23, an ordinance fixing the rate of taxation in the city of Hendersonville, Sumner County, Tennessee. And item G, first reading of ordinance 2018-24, an ordinance imposing a fee in the amount of $332 for the purpose of funding a universal system of domestic garbage collection and disposal.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Anybody else with proposed changes to the, Alderman Strauss? Oh, sorry, okay.
Oh, sorry, Mayor, I have one more addition.
Alderman Cunningham, go ahead.
It's, which one is it? Okay. And also add 2018-22, an ordinance to adopt a city budget and to appropriate funds.
we got that one.
I'm sorry.
It's revised.
It was the revised also, which is 2018-22.
It's different from what's in your packet.
Gotcha. It's different
Sorry.
than what you got in your packet. So. All those in favor, oh, I need a second. Second, thank you. All those in favor of that change, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no.
Okay.
That passes unanimously. Now we have an agenda. I'm sorry, we need to approve the agenda as we've made those 4 changes. I need a motion to, we already have that, right? Okay. All those in favor of accepting the agenda as we've changed it, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. Okay. Next, we have a presentation followed by Resolution 2018-36. So let me go ahead and do this resolution here. I think we're good. Julie, you join me? You know you get to talk for a few minutes. Thanks. Whereas older Tennesseans are valued members of society who deserve to live safely with dignity and as independently as possible with the supporters they need, and whereas elder abuse is any act that harms an older person or jeopardizes his or her health or welfare, and elder abuse is a tragedy inflicted on vulnerable older Tennesseans and is an ever-increasing problem in today's society that crosses all socioeconomic boundaries, and whereas the Adult Protective Services Program of the Tennessee Department of Human Services and the Tennessee Commission on Aging and Disability are responsible for awareness, prevention, and reporting of elder abuse, and whereas the Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Tennessee Department of Health, and other state organizations and leaders work in support of efforts to prevent elder abuse for the well-being of older Tennesseans, and whereas nationally and in Tennessee, elder abuse is greatly underreported, and there is a significant need to increase education and awareness of this devastating crime. Now, therefore, I, Jamie Clary, Mayor of the City of Hendersonville, Tennessee, do proclaim June 15th, 2018, as Elder Abuse Awareness Day, and I call upon all our citizens to serve as caretakers for our older and greatly valued population, educating ourselves on how to empower and assist them, serve as a resource, and be attentive to supports and services as we all grow older. And I appreciate Julie, and Julie, I want you to talk a little bit about this. You've got an awful lot of experience with our older population in Hendersonville, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board. We were notified about this by TCAD, which is the Tennessee Commission on Aging and Development, and that is that's the state arm that governs all senior citizen centers in the state of Tennessee, and then there is another federal arm as well, and it's an acronym, and I won't bore you with that. However, they let us know about this. The governor's office has declared the 15th is also for the entire state as the awareness day for elder abuse. And let me tell you guys, you don't realize how prevalent this is in our society today. With all of the hatred that is going on and the friends not getting along with each other and being on different sides of the political aisle and all of that, our senior citizens are the ones who are the most vulnerable because they really a lot of times don't have anyone to advocate for them. And in Hendersonville, that's my job. And I just want everyone to know that we are located at 197 Imperial Boulevard. It's the old Hawkins School. And if you know of anyone who is a senior citizen in this community, and according to the government, that's 50 and over, don't shoot me. I'm just the messenger. But if you know of anyone seriously who has been or is being abused, you can come to us at the center. We can report it for you. You can remain anonymous. And I encourage each of you to appreciate your elders because you're going to be one day too. Thank you very much.
Here's what I'm going to do. Oops. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to ask you to hold these, and then I'm going to read names. Let's see what the names lined up. Yeah, are they lined up? So there we go. Okay. Oh, yeah, we'll get there. Okay. Next, I'll introduce you to a group of young ladies that have just been phenomenal over the past several years as far as soccer is concerned. This is the Tennessee United Soccer Club 2004 Girls Red Team. They've had a very successful year. Just recently, they won the 218 Tennessee State League Division I State Cup Championship. They won the tournament by winning 3 straight elimination games and outscoring their opponents 14-1. The girls team is led by Coach Zach Trobaugh, and he placed first in nearly competition and competed in including the Tennessee United Soccer Club Tournament of Champions and the East Tennessee Spring Classic, the Disney's President's Day Tournament, and they were first place in Tennessee State League regular season. Won the regular season, won the state tournament as well. The team played all over the Southeast in the fall in the USU Soccer's Regional Premier League, and this fall they will again play in the regional level and hope to play on the national level as well. This is a league that is among the Southeast states, and on a regular basis they play in that league of the best teams in several of the states nearby, and like I said, this past year they won that league. So I'm going to introduce them, and congratulations y'all very, very much. We appreciate y'all and appreciate you representing Hendersonville so well. So, Lexi Berry. Oh, Lexi, you have to stay up here. You have to stay up here. Mackenzie Campbell. Oh, she's not here? Okay. Hannah Clark. Katie Shea Collins. Kylie Crawford. Briley Hitt. Riley Lombardi. Eva, okay. Eva McBee. Allie Rice. Jessica Roberts. Eliza Searcy. Reagan Smiley. Molly Smith. Hannah Smoot. Emma Webster. Okay. And Carly Zattergren. And all these parents and brothers and sisters, that's for sure. So thank you all so much.
I just want to say a quick thank you to Mayor Clary and the board for having us tonight and for recognizing the girls and all that they've accomplished over the last year. Thank you, parents, for all of your support over this past year. The girls know that they couldn't do it without you. Girls, congratulations. Can't wait to be here with you guys for the next 4 or 5 years to come. Congrats.
Y'all, we're going to take a quick break, just sort of reorganize real quick. We'll get back to work in just a second. 18-36, Alderman Skidmore.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you, and I appreciate the board's indulgence this evening. Tonight,
I need you to make a motion.
I so move.
Okay. Okay.
All right,
Alderman
thank you.
Skidmore.
Thank you, Mayor. This resolution tonight is a resolution that applies strictly for 2 roads, and one is the Drakes Creek Road and Anderson Road. Let me get just a very quick background on this resolution and the problem we have out there. The road's in terrible shape, as if you all don't already know that, and so is Anderson Road as well. I drove out there today, and it's in bad shape as well. This piqued our interest, and I want to let the public know this about the board, because this is very, very important, and I'm going to try for my colleagues to speak just a little bit louder if I can. But I do need to, I do want to say a couple of things about this tonight. I'm not one of these type individuals that is a big social media butterfly. I don't know much about it. I have people, because my family's been in the community for so long, I have people that call me, and I just found out this word called screenshots. And they'll say, I'm going to send you a screenshot of something. I'll say, okay, what in the world is that? But I'll just say, okay, and they'll send me, and I will be able to read on a lot of the stuff. Now, I'm getting caught up real fast by a lot of the young people in my ward and across Hendersonville about social media, and it's a good thing, but it's a bad thing too. I can see a bad thing coming on this, on the social media standpoint. And then, of course, our president loves social media too, so that's kind of helped me along the way understanding about this procedure. So anyway, to make a long story short, I was reading some of the comments that were about the road out there, and so our Public Works Committee, along some of the constituents or the residences out there, came to our last committee meeting. We've known about this problem in our Public Works Committee for about a month or so, maybe even a little longer. When there's an issue like that, we have to see how it affects all of Hendersonville on paving. The committee, after further discussion, I want to let the folks know, because I was reading some of the comments out there that I wasn't necessarily in agreement with, and something that you'll always hear me or some other members on this board will always say, at least for me, I may not agree with what you say, but I'll always defend your right to say it. But there were some things that were being said that, you know, that the local government really wasn't, and I understand this because I've been in the same boat, wasn't responding as quickly as you thought that we should. Well, we have been acting as quickly as possible, and tonight is this resolution tonight that along this board has proposed, basically is this, where we instead of giving you all the jargon, I'll just let you know what it really means and what you're concerned with, and that is, this is a resolution of intent to fix the road at Drakes Creek and Anderson Road. It will resurface it, and at some areas we will be able to put siding because it's so dangerous road out there, because it is a dangerous road, and it's not going to get any better, and you all know that because you live out there, and this whole board of aldermen and mayor, we all recognize that, and so that's why we even had special meetings to get this thing pushed through and to get some funding to correct the problem out there. What this is going to do is the time frame, if this resolution passes tonight, this will pretty much lock in the board as an intent to do this. What we'll have to do in 2 weeks, if this resolution passes tonight, is we have to appropriate the money. Now, by state law, we have to do that, and it has to take 2 ordinances or 2 readings to do it. The Public Works Department and the committee had asked the Public Works Department to go ahead and start kind of working, because we feel so confident that this resolution will pass tonight, and to help you all, that if you've seen some of our trucks out there today, or if you've seen them, they're already kind of preparing and looking at the places that are the worst. And I have to say that I thank the Public Works Department for getting out there in such quick notice to look at that. What this means is, if we pass it tonight, we are already starting what we call the digging of the road up. There are certain what we call soft patches in the road out there, and so we've got to look at those first and take care of those before we do any other process with correcting the road. So in essence, we've kind of already started doing the best that we can. The ending date of the road being finished or being paved will probably be before school starts. So we are actively working on this. If this ordinance or this resolution passes tonight, we will immediately start on the road. And what that means is we have to get all our people lined up, and that doesn't mean the city workers, we have to hire people out to do the work. We don't have that kind of equipment. But you're going to be seeing some work out there. You're going to see a lot of traffic problems. But in the long run, I know that you all will be satisfied with it. You may not be happy, but at least you'll be satisfied in terms of how much money we're going to be able to spend and how much and where we're going with it. It'll be a lot better, 100% better than what it is now. So this is the first part of correcting the problem. I want to thank I know we haven't passed it yet, but I do want to thank the whole board. I want to thank the mayor's office for the things that we have done to make this happen so quickly. I know Peg and I, we have a road in our ward and also in Ward 2 called Walton Ferry Road. It's a lot different than your road, but we've been waiting years for it to happen. But that's a several $million-dollar project, and your road, believe it or not, is not that expensive to fix. I'll go back with some of the money figures, what we've got right now that we're looking at. We might be able to find some other money, but the bottom line is this on this resolution tonight, if it passes, it's a resolution of intent to let you all know and to ease your fear or of how you feel about that road, that we do want to help you. We've always wanted to help you. I mean, I appreciate everybody coming out tonight. It always makes me feel good when I look out, and I know some of the other board members, I can express their feeling as well, that when we see people we know that maybe sometimes we don't get to say hi to you all the time because our city is getting so big now, but when I see you out in the audience or one of our aldermen, our colleagues, that we see each other and and I see you out there talking to them as well, it always makes me feel good, because without your help, we cannot, as elected officials, help you. And so I thank you all for tonight. Other than that, if anyone else has any questions on the resolution, feel free to ask it now. We have our Public Works Director here tonight. If there's any real specific questions that I can't answer, he's here to be honest with you, to help me and to guide me along, because like I said, I'm not really up to, in 2 weeks I'll be ready to go. At least that's what my doctor says. So, but what I have said tonight, I think that you'll be pleased with that, and I'm excited about helping you, and I know the aldermen in Ward 6 and in Ward 5 out there are happy to hear this news too. So if there's any questions right now, I'd be happy to entertain them at this point.
Alderman Skidmore, thank you. Alderman Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chip, could I have you come over to the mic for a moment, the podium? I want to ask just a couple of questions. This is a paving job primarily for Drakes Creek Road, and it's basically just putting it back the way it is. We're going to do some shoulder repair where we can, correct?
That and remove some trees that are kind of close to the road. We sent out notices about 3 months ago that's coming in the works.
Okay. And the main thing, though, on this particular road, Drakes Creek Road, we're actually looking at making that our arterial feeder for the city of Hendersonville, correct? At some point?
On the major thoroughfare plan, that is an arterial, yes.
And at that point, that's when it really needs to be placed on the MPO as soon as possible, so we can get that lined up with the state of Tennessee for the proper funding long term. I mean, it's going to take, once it gets to the MPO, it'll probably be 5 years down the road before it gets approved, and another 3 or 4 years before it's cease construction. So we're looking at 9 years out, basically.
It'll be very similar to the project we have at Drakes Creek and Stop 30, raising that intersection.
Yes, sir. I was just want to make sure, since a room full of people from that area, they understand the process of dealing with the state, going through the MPO, and what's involved. I mean, right now we're going to pave that road and do some work to it, but long term we'd like to put turning lanes in out there, curbs, gutters, drainage, and some sidewalks, and that's when it becomes a main arterial feeder.
Yes, sir.
And that's probably what a cost of a road this long right here, probably $5 million?
Current prices.
Yes, sir. Since it'll be out, it'll probably be 6. But you're that many years down the road. So thank you, Chip. I just want to point that out to everyone. And I'm all in favor of this program, too. Thank you.
Alderman Campbell, thank you. Alderman Strauss.
Thank you, Mayor. First, just want to, how I understand it, and if you just need confirmation, we're not talking about pulling money out of the general fund as much as we are just to talk about y'all's management. Y'all were able to bring another project in under budget, significantly under budget, and so this is just really reappropriating from one road project to another road project, the surplus. Yes, sir, that's for this resolution. The ordinance in 2 weeks could be looking at other funds that are not general fund. Okay. I want to first thank you for that and for your management of that. They're very, I know that you have help with finance to be very frugal, not to go on the cheap on anything, but to make sure that every penny is used wisely. And I kind of use that to segue and just want to get a confirmation. I think maybe it was a misquote, something in the newspaper. Just want to make sure that when I read it, if I didn't know better, I would have less confidence in city staff and the ability of the city than I have. But I know enough to know that's not true when I read that the city doesn't know how much has been paid from developers who are building the subdivisions. And I think the quote was, we weren't always good at keeping up with how much money was going out of that fund. I'll tell you what my experience is, and this is experience for nearly 18 years. And those 18 years working with a finance director who's been with the city for 43 years, and I've lost count of how many times our finance department has won an award for the state for their their accounting ability. There's probably some numbers that I could ask Chip as our Public Works Director, I could ask Ron as our Finance Director, and they wouldn't know off the top of their head. Now, I'm surprised the number of times they are able to answer down to the penny off the top of their head. But there's a difference between asking someone, can you tell me a number in an account, and saying, I don't know, but I'll find out. I get that about half the time I ask a financial question, and a lot of times I get that answer back within the hour. Sometimes things can be a little more complicated, especially during budget time, and it may not be until the next day or so. So I'm a little troubled when we read that I don't even have the false perception that the city doesn't know how much it's collecting from the developers and the city doesn't know how much it's paying out on these projects. It's just in some cases we have to go back and do the accounting. I don't know how much my cable bill was last month. I can give you a ballpark number, but if you want, I can call you tomorrow and tell you down to the penny what it was. And I think there were very similar situations. So Keith, I want to thank you for your help, and I want to thank Ron for keeping not just your department, assisting your department in financial matters, but all departments in the city. Thank you.
Alderman Petrelli.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to kind of piggyback off of the senior alderman in Ward 2. I would like to thank the leadership of Alderman Skidmore, Campbell, and Stamper for quickly putting their heads, through Public Works Committee, putting their heads together and coming up with a very viable solution. And I'd like to thank our Public Works Director for knowing just about every inch of his department to know exactly where he had some money that could be moved due to excellent management. But thank you all, and I hope that this because I drive down that road when I go to church there, and I know it's of great concern. So I appreciate all of you who have come out tonight, but thank you to our Public Works team and to our great leadership under our Public Works Director, Chip Moore. Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate that. Something else is that I've talked to several of y'all about some other money that's available. We get some money from some of the subdivisions, in fact, probably some of your subdivisions as houses were built that y'all moved into. You were charged a fee, and that fee was set a long time ago before the subdivision even began. And the builder was charged that fee, and most likely the builder passed that fee on to y'all. And that was for off-site improvements. And typically those are off-site improvements that are expected to be for roads, improvements that are not inside your subdivision, but are improvements that are going to be necessary for the folks that are traveling to your subdivision. Typically that's you. We've collected some money on that. We have some of that money went to a project we did to straighten out the S-curve. Now, some of you all might not know the S-curve, and that's a good thing. That's because we did a pretty good job straightening that out. It's not perfect, but a good portion of that money went to the S-curve. So we know that about somewhere in the neighborhood of $400,000 has come in, not just from Durham Farms, but from 3 other subdivisions and from a builder that was part of one of those subdivisions. We spent a good portion of that money on the S-curve. We may have spent in some other areas. We think that there's still somewhere between $100,000 and $200,000 in that fund, and that's not part of this fund. That's not part of the street paving fund. That's the fund that the builders paid into for off-site improvements. So even though this resolution is just for $110,000, I feel confident that number is going to go up to $200,000 or more. We're just trying to figure out how much more that is going to be, because $110,000, in all honesty, is not going to do what really needs to be done for Drakes Creek and Anderson roads. So we're going to work on increasing that. An idea working with Alderman Skidmore, with Alderman Woodcock, and with Alderman Waters to increase that, and so we can do more work on there, because it makes sense to do it sooner instead of later. So, Alderman Stamper.
The 90,000 you're just mentioning specifically for Anderson Road and Drakes Creek Road, that area?
Well, it's a little bit odd because we've got, Keith, 3 or 4 subdivisions. 4 subdivisions that have contributed money to off-site improvements. So some of those folks is probably more Anderson Road. Some of those folks is probably more Drakes Creek Road. Some of those folks, it might be more Stop 30 Road. But they need to be spent really close to the area where the people who live are contributing to this.
Thank you.
Okay, absolutely. Alderman Campbell.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up with the Chip regarding the funds, we spoke about this earlier in our Public Works meeting. I asked you about the funds that were, in different accounts out there. Could you get a little bit more in depth into that, please? We had a list there that we were talking about where we had spent for the S-curve $286,000. Then we had 140 approximately left over. And could you run through those numbers real quick for everyone
Yes,
so
sir.
they'll all hear this?
The first year, Durham Farms contributed about close to $300,000, and as soon as they cut the first check, we reappropriated that back into supplemental paving, about $272,500. So with the $26,000 that remained, and over the last 2 years, they've given us about another $110,000, $114,000. We look at a total from just Durham Farms of about $143,000. So that's in its own account that we're looking into ordinance and seeing how we would appropriate those funds. Those would have to be appropriated. To go along with the 110 tonight, we're looking at about 245,000. I also have another set of encumbered funds from last year that can be put towards this. So it's in the neighborhood of 35,000. To the point of the other developments, those funds are typically put, as my understanding, Ron can correct me, those are put into its own fund, and at the end of the year, if we don't appropriate it, it goes into the general fund. So as at this time, we know that we have a balance of approximately $90,000 that has been submitted this year that we know could be specifically put into these type projects. The remainder of any other funds that have been submitted in the previous years have already been rolled over into the general fund.
All right, sir. That's what I thought, and rolled over into the general fund. So, thank you. I appreciate it.
Alderman Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chip, I think we all want to know what's the total amount that we've got to spend on Drakes Creek Road alone?
As of tonight, if you pass this resolution, I have about $150,000.
150?
Yes, sir.
Now, I was thinking we had more than that.
Those would have to be appropriated through ordinances that you would have to bring before the board.
That's why my mic's on. That's a little
Hold on. Go ahead, Alderman Waters.
That's okay. That's okay, Mary. I'll yield to my chairman.
Well, we got somebody else in front.
Okay.
Alderman Gilly, will you wait for a minute?
I just want, excuse me. I just want to know the total amount of Drakes Creek Road and how much we're going to spend on Anderson Road. That's what these people want to hear.
Let's see. If all the ordinances and resolutions are passed, you're looking at approximately $330,000
$330,000?
for both roads.
That sounds better.
I don't think that would probably be the total necessary. I think it'd be closer to 5 to get it to the capacity of which it needs to be. So we would probably need to be using some of next year's supplemental paving funds to finish up one of the roads.
Does this include the State Street aid money?
Yes, sir.
It does? So you're telling me $330,000 right now?
If all the ordinances and resolutions pass, yes, sir.
They'll get passed. Thank you, Mayor.
I appreciate that. Alderman Skidmore.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things on that issue. But the mayor is correct. The mayor, I know, has been trying to look to search for the funding from some of the subdivisions out there that have been built, and they do give money to the city. One thing that I think we need to start looking at, and I have not spoken to the mayor about it, but I'm sure he would agree, that once these funds are encumbered, that they should go into a line item that does at the end of the year, if we haven't used them now, it goes to a general fund. We don't need to continue to do that. We need to put them in a line item, and that money is strictly used for the area that it affects out there. And we need to start doing that all throughout the city when we have new subdivisions that are coming in to Hendersonville. Yes, and I would have to agree on one other thing that yes, it's going to cost more than $190,000 or how much I said. But what this is it's the money that we know that we've got at this point. In 2 weeks, we're going to come back with the ordinance of the total monies that we're going to be spending out there, and it'll be quite different. But got to remember what this resolution does, and it's a resolution to let everybody in the city of Hendersonville, including out there, know that we're going to fix that road and we're going to fix Anderson Lane. And that's what you need to know about that tonight. That's what's key. And then when the ordinance comes up in 2 weeks, we'll have the numbers that the board will be able to figure out what we're going to do and when the money's going to be spent, how it's going to be spent. But I can assure you that it is going to be spent because it's necessary. And it's not only, to me, when I drive out there, and I drove out to Anderson Road today, it's a safety issue. I think of our, it's summertime, and our kids I don't have any kids, but I still call them my kids. They're Hendersonville, but they get out and drive, and at night when they're going home. And I keep thinking about that road, and it's kind of frightening in a way, that when I see that, and I'm like, we got to really work on this and get it done. But that's what I want to let them know. The mayor is absolutely correct on there will be more monies that will be spent, but just this resolution tonight, that doesn't mean that that's all the money that's going to be spent. But it's to let you guys know it's what we've been able to come up fairly quickly, and to encumber that money where it can't be spent anywhere else. So if we pass this resolution tonight, it's letting the board know we're taking that money, guys, and we're going to be spending it here, and then we're coming back in 2 weeks with an ordinance that lets you know exactly how much it's going to cost, and actually the details of what we're going to be doing. And that will hopefully give the time for the mayor to come through in his office and let him take a look at what he can find too, because there very well may be something that the mayor has found that we don't even know about out of his office, and he can come up with and let us know. So that's what that is, and that was sort of answering Alderman Waters' question about the money and why the money is what it is in the resolution. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Skidmore, thank you. And let me add a little bit to that. Really, not necessarily what I don't anticipate finding more money. I anticipate there's a possibility we'll find out some money's been taken out of those funds. And that's what
okay, I misunderstood you, and I apologize.
No, you're fine. You're
okay,
fine.
Thank you. I sincerely do.
Yep, you're fine. And I appreciate you helping me out the past couple weeks on that. Alderman Gilley.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things I know yesterday in the Public Works meeting, which was a great work by everybody in there in that room. When we talked about the shoulders of the road, we talked about how we'd have to move ditches and things like that. And we talk about social media as well. One of the things you're going to hear tonight and that you've heard in the past is stormwater utility. Maybe for Chip or maybe for Chairman Skidmore, if you want to explain how the stormwater utility could come into play and why it's very important that as part of our budget packet this year, how that could help with this particular area, that would be probably prudent, I think.
Okay. Chairman Skidmore.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. It is. A lot of people have been hearing about that. I've been getting a lot of, now I can tell you this, I'm good at emails and I'm good at phone calls. The social media stuff, I'm still working on it. But I've had a lot of emails and I've had a lot of phone calls, more phone calls than anything. It's the best way to get a hold of me, about the stormwater drainage ordinance and what this means for Hendersonville. And because there hasn't been a lot of discussion about it. It was a mandate by Congress, our federal government, and the mandate was an unfunded mandate, and every municipality has to do it. And it is to correct water problems and water drainage within their municipality. And Hendersonville is known, because we do live by the lake, we are known for water problems, and a lot of our water actually, believe it or not, starts from Kentucky and comes down this way and eventually filters out into the lake. And so Drake's Creek, for example, is a good example. And since we're talking about Drake's Creek Road tonight, is a very good example of the flooding issues and how Drake's Creek Road does flood, how it has forced the deterioration of the road. What will happen is when we have, and there will be, if there's not already, phone calls to the city about drainage problems on Drake's Creek Road. Now, this resolution does not have anything to do with that. When the stormwater drainage ordinance is passed, the monies that come from that will be applied to go out there and allow Hendersonville to correct a lot of the drainage problems, not only on Drake's Creek Road and other roads, but all drainage problems within the city. That means from the lake all the way out to the county line. Any problem that we've got, we'll be able to resolve that issue, or at least give it our shot at it and try to fix it. So when we fix this road, that doesn't mean that we're gonna try to fix the ones that we can, but that doesn't mean we're gonna actually fix every single one with this resolution here tonight in the ordinance. But when that stormwater drainage money starts coming into the city of Hendersonville, we'll be able to go back out there and correct some of those problems. So I don't want to mislead you by thinking that if you do live, if any of the neighbors out here live on Drake's Creek Road exactly, and you're going to say, well, my flooding is atrocious out there, this is going to correct it. I'm not saying that it is. We may be able to do some things to kind of tweak it, but when we start getting the money from the stormwater drainage, you're going to see a lot of these drainage problems that we've had throughout the city of Hendersonville for so many years. You're going to see them, that we're going to be able to work on those. So I hope I've answered your question.
Well, specifically, we talked yesterday about maybe on the parts where we need to widen the shoulders, and that involved ditches and things like that. That's where we could tap into extra funds from the stormwater utility. That's not this resolution, but I want everybody to understand that widening the road in those areas could be very helped by the stormwater utility.
It will be. I mean,
that's what I was trying to get across.
Well, you're right, Alderman Gilly. You're exactly right. I'm very proud of that ordinance, actually, because when we first got that ordinance, and I know we're kind of getting way off base on this resolution, but it kind of all does apply here, and I appreciate the mayor's indulgence here, but it does affect out there the drainage out there, and so, but we won't be able to address it until we get that stormwater drainage program ongoing. But the main thing is tonight, I want you to know we're going to resurface that road. It's going to be better than what you had by far. It's going to be a lot safer, and we are going to work on it quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Gilly?
Finished. Thank you, sir.
All those in favor of accepting Resolution 2018-36, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Next, we have approval of minutes. Approval of the May 22nd, 2018 meeting minutes. Entertain a motion. A motion and a second. All those in favor of accepting the May 22nd, 2018 meeting minutes, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Next, we have committee reports. The mayor's report. I'll be brief here. I want to introduce Brian Washko. Brian, could you stand up for us, please? Brian, welcome. Brian is our new codes director. It's very good to have you. Appreciate you. Brian started last week. Thank you. Brian started last week, and he's hit the ground running. Very much appreciate you, Brian, and welcome to Hendersonville. Do you have a house yet? No. You're close. Okay, good to hear, good to hear. Also want to make sure y'all know that I dropped a petition on your desk. That's a petition from some folks that are encouraging us to fund a traffic signal at Stop 30 Gallatin Road, which also intersects with Bluegrass Commons Boulevard. That's a petition that should have been at your seat when you sat down. Also, I need to talk about something else you should have in front of you. And this is a report on debt obligation. This is something I'm obligated to tell you all about, and You're sort of obligated to acknowledge. And it's this piece of paper right here. This means that we just incurred $2.9 million more of debt. And that was for the purchase of the Beatty Farm. I signed those documents last week, and the same day I signed the documents in which we bought the property. Do I need to say anything else? Okay. Kay says I don't need to say anything else about that, so we can move on. So next thing, let's see. I got to thank Eddie Robertson an awful lot. He's helped me in the past couple weeks. I know that he's helped. He's been a great, really great mouthpiece for many of the residents that are here, and I appreciate that. And also Alderman Waters, Alderman Woodcock, and Chairman Skidmore. As for Alderman Woodcock, he's not with us tonight because the person who raised him is probably on her final hours. So if we could think about that and say a prayer for his family as we get the chance. That's all I have. Next we have Chairman Cunningham, Finance Report.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a special call finance meeting tonight just to discuss the budget, and we had ordinance 2018-20.
Chairman Cunningham, can I interrupt you? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I forgot something terribly important.
Yeah.
Steve Mills.
You have the floor.
Steve Mills. I'm going to go back to the mayor's report.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
I had a big circle around this one. Steve,
good.
can you stand up for us? After 43 years, 46 years, today is Steve Mills' last day.
Wow.
Steve, we appreciate all of that. I apologize, Chairman Cunningham, but
That's
Steve,
all right.
I mean, I think it's important to say that there are not many people you can say this about, but your impact on the community will be noticeable and will have an impact on people for generations. And we appreciate you very much. Thank you. Chairman Cunningham.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. First reading of ordinance, we had I got flustered, sorry. The only thing that was on the agenda was the budget, and then everything that affects the budget. We had some lengthy discussions about certain areas of it. Ordinance 2018-23, wait a minute. Ordinance 2018-22, okay, adopting the city budget. That was brought forward with a negative recommendation 2-1. First reading of ordinance 2018, an ordinance fixing the rate of taxation, and that was recommended to move forward. And then we had the ordinance 2018-24, which is the ordinance imposing a fee in the amount of $332 for the purpose of funding a universal system of domestic garbage collection. We amended that to be $293, and that was passed unanimously. And then we had resolution 2018-35, which is a resolution authorizing the city of Hendersonville to contribute to certain nonprofit organizations by appropriations in the annual general fund operating budget for the nonprofits and also the city boards, and that was brought forward with a neutral recommendation. That's the end of my report.
I appreciate that, Chairman Cunningham. Chairman Sprouse, General Committee.
Thank you, Mayor. General Committee met tonight. We had two ordinances to consider that you'll see on upcoming agendas. Ordinance 2018-18. This is the deer feeding ban that sunsetted at the end of last year. It's coming back as a permanent. That was recommended by committee. Ordinance 2018-25, dealing with the rezoning on Saundersville Road. That was also recommended with committee with some instructions to staff, just to see if there's some issues that can be cleared up or issues that can be improved before it comes before the board. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Chairman Brown, Public Safety.
Thank you, Mayor. We approved two sets of minutes tonight, one from May the 8th and one from May 17th. We also had a resolution concerning the time of sale of alcohol beverages in the city of Hendersonville. That'll be moving to the board for approval in 2 weeks. We moved an ordinance to the board of 2018-26, amending the Hendersonville Municipal Code, Title 13, Section 102. You were the sponsor of that. That is cutting appeal days from 10 to 12 for 20 to 10, what did I say, 10 to 12?
Doesn't matter.
20 to 10. It's been long. I've got a lot of antihistamines, folks. I'm not doing well. So that's my, well, no. We also discussed installation of fire hydrants in areas of the city that have fire hydrants less than 1,000 feet from homes. And we have probably 24 or 25 areas like that, which hinders flow time a little bit and pressure. So we want to try to start working to maybe rectify that problem by installing over the next 3 years some fire hydrants to cut those distances down. So the fire department will be working with the Hendersonville Utility District, and we'll be asking for a little bit of money in this coming budget here in a little while to do that. Thank you.
Chairman Skidmore, Public Works.
Yes, sir, thank you. Just a little, actually, we've already discussed about the resolution tonight that was passed unanimously by this board, and we talked about that whole issue, and I sincerely, with all my heart, want to thank the board for doing this. It's something that, as far as in Public Works, we've recognized that there's a problem out there, and when it was brought to our attention how bad it was, and we went out there and looked at it, and indeed it was. We do appreciate that, and we've discussed it at length. There's probably been a total of alderman members, probably about 10 to 15 hours work that we've just done on that specific project. So you can imagine what our city staff has done. I do want to say one thing. I want to thank the mayor, but I also want to thank for his work on this project. But I also want to thank Alderman Matt Stamper with the finance on this issue, because without the work that we all do up here, it really couldn't have been possible. So I do want to sincerely thank you all for that. The other portion of the meeting, and then I'll close, is we went over the budget, and I've got some additions I would like to discuss when it comes to a vote tonight. We've got a couple of issues we want to talk about that affects the city as a whole and Public Works, and in the parks. Also, just to let people know, we'd love to have you, but we'd love for you to stay, but it's going to get either going to be better than All My Children or One Life to Live in a few minutes, or it's going to be boring. So y'all are welcome to, if y'all want to go home, we don't blame you. Main thing is you got your road going to be resurfaced. That's the thing. So thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate that, Chairman Skidmore. Chairman Campbell, Capital Projects.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really, I was just want to follow up on the where the Capital Projects Committee had asked.
Let's let the room clear.
Yeah.
You hold on.
I'll wait for everybody to clear out before we get into it.
Yeah, we're getting there. Citizens' comments are next.
You're all right, sir.
You're good. Yes, sir. Whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering if last meeting we had for capital projects was discussing Fire Hall Number 2 and additional funds from the county. I was wondering if you'd had a chance to reach out to Anthony Holt or anyone else at the county regarding the additional funds for the Fire Hall for assisting us with that. If we'd asked you to do that, sir.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir. Have you had a chance to do that yet, sir?
I have a little bit. You remember I sent you an email on Friday. If you had anything specific, I could get back to you. I've had a couple conversations. I'm waiting to get with Chip to figure out what we want to ask for.
Okay.
I'll tell you, it's a lot easier. Friday, I emailed you.
I was in Florida driving for a funeral.
You could have gotten me back. You couldn't gotten back to me maybe yesterday, and I could have a better answer.
3 different doctor's appointments yesterday. Sorry, sir. I was driving to Florida on Friday, funeral on Saturday, drove home on Sunday, 3 different doctor appointments on Monday. So no, sir, I haven't even seen that particular email there.
I'll get you an answer. I
appreciate that. That's what our committee was curious about. Thank you.
Okay. I'll get you an answer. I'm going to get with Chip, figure out exactly what it was we want to ask. I talked to a couple of county commissioners, and that is certainly something that we want to do.
Yes, sir. I know. I agree. That's why I just followed up with you on that. Thank you.
Anything else in your committee report?
That's it. Thank you.
Next, we have Alderman Petrelli, Planning Commission.
Yeah, no.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question regarding the report from Chairman Campbell and Capital Projects. May I ask a question or no?
Sure, go ahead.
wasn't the budget due in for the county last week?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Planning Commission met June 5th, 2018. I have a very brief report. Indian Lake Self-Storage Site Plan was approved. That's located on the west side of Cinema Drive, north of Saundersville Road. The Learning Experience, which is a daycare, was approved with some modifications to adjust their windows to our building standards. That will be located on the east side of Indian Lake Boulevard, south side of Saundersville Road. I am very excited to announce that Hendersonville Fire Station Number 2 site plan was approved unanimously. I'm very excited for our fire department, and I appreciate the leadership of our Public Works Director, Chip Moore, in getting that expedited. And then we had one other project that was approved. Southview Professional Plaza, the owner of that is Fat Farm Partners. Let me give a brief description of what happened at the meeting, because I know there were a lot of folks in the general committee that came out tonight. So the property was, it's 4.7 acres, and it was rezoned from SR1, which is suburban residential low density, to office plan development, which is OPD. The site right now that passed, it has to come before BOMA for final approval, but essentially it is 4 buildings at 7,500 square feet apiece, still yet to be tweaked out with designs, but that will be coming for BOMA in 2 weeks. And then an update on our impact fees. We will be reviewing those in late August, early September. Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate that. Alderman Brown, I got you on here. Okay, is that an accident, or?
Yeah, I wanted to help maybe clear up a little bit of mud here.
Okay. Let me go to nonprofit contribution. You want on this one, or on the?
No, I want to go back
You want to go back? To what?
to Mr. Campbell's question.
Gotcha. Okay, go ahead.
Me?
Yep.
Okay. Chief Bush and I had a discussion with Commissioner Taylor, who is Emergency Management Chairman for the county, and Commissioner Pomeroy, who is the Budget Chairman for the county, concerning money for this fire hall a week or so ago. There is no money available for this fire hall. However, they did, both those gentlemen did say that if we would be considered strongly when we build the next fire hall. So if we can get in the tubes on that early, we'll probably be able to get some money, but there isn't any money available now. So, I'm sorry.
Appreciate that. Okay, so Alderman Campbell, anything else in your report? No. Okay. Alderman Sprouse, on this report?
Yes.
Do you have a question for Alderman Campbell?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Office.
Make sure I understand, if I remember this correctly, I sit on that committee, and before I thank you for your work, I just want to make sure that that was more than 3 weeks ago, and all 5 members of that committee voted requesting for that information from the county, and the mayor to have that conversation with the county executive in preparation for our budget. And I think there were 3 or 4 other aldermen who were in the room who were not in the committee, who also unanimously. So I just want to make sure I remember that correctly, because I think it's unfair to criticize you for not responding to, can I give you, can I answer you, and did anything for you email, when the majority of this board had already said in a public meeting that there was information that was needed and it was highly time sensitive. So I apologize for that, but I thank you for your work.
Help me out, Alderman Strauss. What exactly was the price that you asked me to ask for? That's why I need to get with our department directors. We don't have a price exactly what we're going to ask for. We want to make sure it's reasonable. We want to make sure it's something that's worthwhile asking for. And appreciate Alderman Brown already having part of that conversation. I've had some of those conversations. Alderman Campbell, anything else in your report?
I just recall the fire chief said $500,000 is what they contributed to Gallatin, is what I recall from our 3-week meeting.
I think you're right, but I think we were asking for, I don't think y'all gave me direction on what to specifically ask for, and that's why I said I'll get with our Public Works Director to talk about that. So Alderman Cunningham.
I spoke to the mayor of Gallatin, and they received 0 funds from the county.
Appreciate that. Alderman Petrelli.
Just to provide some backup for the ask on funding from the county into our buildings for the fire department. Chairman Campbell, is it not true that the county has funded Portland's?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you explain why they help fund regarding their ambulance, that they helped contribute, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Bush, because they house some of the ambulances, is that correct? Can I suspend rules to ask Chief Bush to come
We
up
don't
and
have
speak?
to, Chief
He's
Bush,
the
if you
director.
want
He
to come.
Yeah, he can come up here and talk to you all day long.
But I could not hear everything that the senior alderman in Ward 4 said. Did you say that we are too late for the ask from the county this year?
Yes, they're already in their budget.
Yep.
We had a conversation with emergency management,
Your mic's not on.
Chris Taylor.
Sorry. Sorry, go ahead.
You want to start over at the beginning?
Can you say, I can't hear you down
They'll
here, I'm
help you
so
out. They
sorry.
actually do their budget on a full day back in, I think,
Yep.
March or April.
Yeah, we cannot get in the tubes for any money this year in their budget. However, when we decide to build another fire hall, we're told to apply for that money early, and that come from Commissioner Taylor, who's the chairman of their Emergency Management Committee, and Commissioner Pomeroy, who's the chairman of their Budget Committee.
Appreciate it. Alderman Petrelli, do you have a question for Chief Bush?
Could you please explain why the county helped fund the Portland Firehouse?
Obviously, they entered an agreement with them, and that was a $3.2 million station. And I think at the time also, the county was also building a new ambulance station for the county for Medic 61. So I'm not sure if they actually house an ambulance out of it or if they just have some assets from like EMA or something like that at Portland, but they split the cost. And then they're also splitting yearly cost. So 1.6 per the county, 1.6 for the city of Portland, and then every year they're splitting the operational cost. In saying that, Gallatin did ask for some money. They were refused. I think they're going back. They may have already gone back. I have not heard back from them yet whether they did. Ms. Cunningham just said that the mayor said no, that they didn't get any. Obviously, we've housed 3 of their ambulances in our stations for over 30 years. I felt like it was time for us to ask for something. If they've opened the door to allow that to happen in Portland, I feel like we certainly should ask for some money for funding for 30 years because we've never asked them for anything. That was just kind of where we were at with that.
Okay, thank you, Chief Bush. Mayor Claire, did I understand you to say that they need requests in by March? Is that what you just stated?
What they do is they do basically their budget workshop all in one day. Well, I think they do a half day in March, then a full day in April.
Did you attend that workshop?
I'm not on the county commission.
Oh, no, I was just wondering if you attended it to see where they were at. Since we're going to ask.
To see where they at with what?
Because we have a new firehouse coming down the pipeline. We came in under $800,000 short.
Yeah, I think this meeting, though, that we're talking about capital projects was 3 weeks ago. I think Alderman Sprouse mentioned that a minute ago.
22 days.
So back in April or March, it wouldn't have made sense for me to attend and ask at that point because.
If we needed to make the ask for the money, I guess what I'm saying is that if you were aware, my understanding from County Executive Holt, when I happened to bump into him at a meeting 2 weeks ago, he stated that there was still time to get the request in. We were down to the wire with a week, and my understanding was no request had been made. So as Vice Chairman of Public Safety, when we've got a $800,000 shortfall for a fire hall that's probably going to go up another $400,000 in the next couple of months, I just would like for us to take every opportunity possible to ask for funding where we can and not miss any opportunities. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Cunningham.
And just to add to that, to what Scotty had mentioned, Gallatin is going to reapply again this coming fiscal year to see if they can get some funds there to the tune, I believe Paige had said about 500,000? 560,000, thanks, Scotty. And you know, we need to be prepared to do the same thing because Alderman from Ward 4 said they're going to contribute, they may consider contributing to the next fire hall, but if we can get some money for this new fire hall that's going to be in process, then why not jump on board with that too?
Alderman Brown.
The discussion that I had, the reason Gallatin, they did not appropriate money for Gallatin
Correct,
or would not consider us, right?
correct.
The verbiage that Chris used to me was we'll be housing an ambulance in the new Fire Hall 7, when we get that built. That'll be housing a county ambulance. So at that time, it would be much easier, much more practical to ask for that money. But we need to get in the tubes early on it.
Well,
You need to start talking about it now to make sure that they know we're coming. But so we certainly come back next budget session and ask them for money again for this Fire Hall.
And thank you, Mayor. Just to remind everyone, and everyone wasn't on this board when this happened, we put a huge addition onto Fire Hall, is it 5? 5 several years ago for the purpose of housing emergency equipment, AKA ambulance, county ambulance. And it cost us, we had originally budgeted $250,000 for it. And I think it came in like double that amount, $500,000. Unfortunately, this was before this administration. We should have gone before the county at that time to try to get some of that. So maybe we need to put that in our little toolbox too when we ask for help with our fire hall, not only for the $500,000, but for an additional $500,000 to the tune of $1 million, because not only Fire Hall 5 houses ambulances, also, I don't know how many others. How many? Okay, okay, so 3 altogether. I mean, we're doing this as a service, yes. We're doing this for the benefit of our residents, definitely, yes. So, I mean, it should be a win-win on both sides.
4-5 was built, that ambulance that's at Station 5 currently was at Station 2.
So it just makes sense to me that we should be able to get some either some help from the county. So just a food for thought. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Cunningham, thank you. Alderman Sprouse, Nonprofit Contributions Committee.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for the folks who aren't familiar with having this report, it's a Community Allocations Committee. We meet during budget. There are 5 members from this board who sit on that. We review requests from quasi-governmental agencies, community agencies, that in many cases in other municipalities provide services that are provided by the municipalities themselves. For example, the Hendersonville Senior Citizen Center. We do not operate the Hendersonville Senior Citizen Center, but we do contribute to them and allow them the use of a city facility. We've had 3 meetings. One of them was just a few seconds long earlier tonight, but we went through all of the requests, spent a couple of hours on that. I'm going to refer you first to page 10, handwritten page 10 on your budget packet, and also to page 21. Page 10, you're going to see the proposed budget and what the mayor has proposed for these allocations. And then you will see on page 21, it's in the same section as with the other standing committees' recommendations, the recommendations of the nonprofit committee. And when the time's appropriate, we can go through those in detail. But it's a little bit under $300,000. Community Allocations Committee made a recommendation of cut of about 10%. Unfortunately, none of those cuts, none of those recommendations, as with all other recommendations of the Standing Committee, do you see in the budget here before you tonight. So should we get to that portion of the budget, then I will bring that up as an amendment. Thank you.
Next,
I'm sorry, and one other thing I do need to mention. I couldn't report this in the last meeting because it wasn't on our agenda. It was a special called meeting. One line item, one agency on this list, we got late information, in fact, just got it today, that they are no longer in operation, so I will be offering an amendment to strike their allocation as well. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is citizens' comments. We have several people signed up. I need to read the guidelines for these. Speakers must identify themselves by name and address, and typically I'll do that before you even come up here. Public comment shall be limited to 5 minutes per individual. That time is non-transferable to other speakers. All comments are to be directed to the presiding officer, that's me, not to the alderman, to city staff, or other members of the public. Comments must address issues, not individuals or personalities. Personal attacks shall not be tolerated. Comments may support or oppose particular issues or measures. but the motives of those with differing views shall not be questioned or attacked. Malicious comments will not be allowed. Speeches for or against particular candidates running for public office shall not be allowed. Eddie Robertson, 1049 Smoke Rise Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Alderman. First of all, I want to apologize to the neighbors that are here because we thought that we would be higher on the agenda, but the agenda was amended. First of all, I apologize because I told many of you that we would be, citizens' comments would be earlier in the program. I do want to thank a few of the aldermen that we have been working with. Chairman Skidmore, about a month ago, a little over a month ago, I appeared before the Public Works Committee and brought up this issue about Drakes Creek Road. The chairman told me at that time, if you really want to get something done on this issue, take an example from Beatty Farms, and said Beatty Farms was able to get a big crowd here. And so that's why we went to work on social media and other areas. This actually is democracy at work. I mean, it actually is citizens that are concerned about the condition of a road. I had a whole PowerPoint presentation. I kind of feel like my dad. A lot of times he'd get up and preach and he said, I've changed my sermon. So with the good news that has already been given, I won't need to preach a sermon tonight, but maybe I can take an offering up. But I do appreciate, I really believe, this is my opinion, that if the citizens hadn't have come forward, that BOMA would not have acted this expeditiously on this road. So I think this is to the benefit of the citizens, and thank you for making your voice heard tonight. Many of the group has already left. I do want to say just a couple of things. I'm not going to do my slides, but while I was out recently measuring the road, I almost got ran over by a large construction truck, and the staff has the PowerPoint. I took a picture of the large construction truck that almost ran me over. Large portions of Drakes Creek Road are 18.5 feet wide. TDOT standards for collector streets, and that's what I believe fits the characteristics of Drakes Creek, depending on the speed limit and the average traffic usage a day. The TDOT standards require the road to be 22 feet wide with a 4-foot shoulder. So the problem is when large construction trucks come down this road, we have no place to go. So I hope Public Works, as you work on this, will take that into account. The current needs of the road, I just want to give you and I got to hurry, I've got 5 minutes. There are 3 existing large residential developments, as you know. Autumn Creek is 219 homes. Fountain Brook is 92, and Drakes Point, which is, I don't believe in the city, but they use this road, is 70 homes. The schools that use this road are Knox Doss Middle with 621 students and Burris Elementary with 507 students. Now, during school buses run up and down this road. There are very few good shoulders on this road, and so that creates a safety hazard. Also, the city recreational park, as you know, is there with 7 existing soccer fields. First Baptist Church is getting ready to construct an off-site family life facility there. And then the new large residential developments, Durham Farms with 1,100 homes, Norman Creek with 92, and Ivy Point with 40. So all of these are going to put a terrible demand on this road. And my hope is that I'm not in construction. I don't think $150,000 is going to do the work. If $300,000 has been collected by these subdivisions, as a resident in this area, I think that money has been earmarked. I don't think I think that's an earmarked, and I think you can go back in your ordinances and also the Planning Commission minutes, and it says that would be earmarked for Drakes Creek Road. So please, next meeting, as you look at the exact budget to fix this road the right way, please allocate the resources at least up to the earmarked funds that have been. Again, I want to thank the mayor for his help. I want to thank Mr. Waters in Ward 6. He has worked, I know, hard on this project. He's been vocal about it.
being on the Public Works, and I want to thank you working on that project, along with Mr. Campbell and along with the chairman too, but again, the mayor and Darrell Woodcock. So that's all I've got to say. Thank
Perfect
you.
timing. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Robertson. Gary Woodward, 125 Ashton Circle.
Sorry about that. I don't move as fast as I used to. Sorry about that. I'm a resident in Durham Farms at 1100 Home neighborhood. When I come out of that neighborhood, there's only two ways that I can get from there to here. I can go on Drakes Creek Road, or I can go around and on old Drakes Creek Road to get to New Shackle Island. And that's it. So I've got to go Drakes Creek or Drakes Creek. There's a back door through the next neighborhood over from the street that I'm on, Ashton Circle, but it comes out at the road I think you're talking about fixing, and that is right there at the intersection, the beginning of the neighborhood. So then I've got Drakes Creek Road or Drakes Creek Road or Drakes Creek Road. The road's in bad shape, and I think that's what you said. You have the intent, and you passed it tonight to do it. First of all, thank you very much. You do an unselfish job serving the community. I respect that, and I came here to say thank you. But we need help. Please fix Drakes Creek Road. And I mean from the Durham Farms entrance, at what is now Avant Farm or Avant Road, all the way down to 386. That's a dangerous road. I moved here from the Charlotte area. I've never seen road repair where you go behind a truck with material and there's two guys and a shovel, and you're going in line while he takes the shovel and drops it in the hole and it moves up the road. I'm the first car and I'm going to pack it down. That doesn't work. Please fix the road right, pave it all the way from Durham Farms down to get to here. That intersection is a terrible intersection right there where you've got the creek, the little bridge, and I think you said yes, and you got the money earmarked for that. But we need your help. I'm here as a resident. I pay taxes. I live there. I moved here by choice. I love the community. I'm glad to be here. But help us out with that road all the way from Durham Farms to get to here, the whole length of it. And that 30 stop or stop 30 intersection, that's a whole different thing, I understand. But from there out to Durham's Farm, that road needs fixing, all of those segments. So please follow through with that and get that whole thing fixed. I didn't come here as part of a group, but I think there's a lot of folks that really want that to be fixed. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wilbur, thank you. Next is John Evans, 155 Cumberland Drive.
Mr. Mayor, Alderman, I'm John Evans. I live at 155 Cumberland Drive in Hendersonville, and want to tell you, having been a mayor of a small town and an alderman of a town of about 72,000 people, I have both admiration and sympathy for your position at sometimes. But we used to say when there was no crowd, when there was a council meeting, either you're doing everything perfectly or the folks just don't care. So when you have a crowd like this, it's great. You're doing a good job, you're listening, and a lot of times you need sympathy. So more power to you. I'm here to talk about a minor item on the budget. As y'all remember, back in 2014, you passed an ordinance that pushed the short-term rental people into the BZA to get permits. As I remember, there were 5 permits given. 3 of those, I believe, have expired. 2 are still in play. But we have roughly 30 in the city, near as I can tell, that are advertising on the various websites. They're illegal. The ordinance 2014-14, I think, relegated short-term rental commercial operations to Old Town Commercial. We have none in that zone at this point, but we do have more than 30 out in the rest of the city. These folks are operating almost with impunity. The Codes Department is doing the best they can with the resources they have to find these folks. They cite them, they take them to court, they get the $50 fine plus the court costs, and the people say, as most of you will remember from that time when all the discussion was held, that's just a cost of doing business. It doesn't go against their driver's license with points. It's not taxed against their property taxes. There's nothing more punitive about it than $50 and court costs maybe once a month. So what you've got in your budget is an item for a hearing officer that, and I'm not going to try to talk to it technically. I don't know about it. I don't understand the law about how it works, but I understand it will streamline the process. It will create more opportunity for the codes enforcement resources that we have to work through that process and to basically stop these folks from thumbing their noses at us and saying, well, you know, we don't care if you add order to the chaos or not. We're out here making money with a commercial operation in a quiet residential zone. So I would appreciate it if you would leave that hearing officer in the budget, and hopefully we can do something about that.
John, thank you.
Thank you.
David Witt, 1030 Market Drive.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Board. Again, I'm David Witt, 1030 Margaret Drive. You have three things to talk about tonight. And we'll get to the good one, Stop 30 Road, later, and what I think needs to be done. But first, something has happened this past week where an ordinance was put on the agenda. There was a lot of chatter on it, about it, on Facebook, and then all of a sudden the ordinance was pulled. I think it turned out to be a little bit of a fiasco, but the alderman who proposed that ordinance I think he did us a favor in that he mentioned it 5 weeks ago, and the press was able to get to it and put it in the press, and it gave all of us citizens the information we needed to assess the situation and comment on it and come to City Hall and speak about it. So I'm going to recommend that all of you aldermen, when you have a big controversial motion, resolution, ordinance that you want to put on the agenda, mention it in the committee meetings. The press is in most committee meetings. Mention it. Maybe they'll put it in the paper, and all of us citizens can learn about it before the night it's voted on. So I think he did us a big favor in that regard. Number two, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you very much for something. I've watched you since you've been elected, and I've heard other people talk about how you've talked to them and treated them. I think you're a rarity, Mr. Mayor. And you know me, I don't give compliments out very much. But I think you're a true public servant. You're not a politician. You're a true public servant, and I appreciate that. It's a real breath of fresh air after the previous 12 years, I can tell you that. So thank you very much for being who you are. Lastly, Stop 30 Road. Don't know if y'all been on Stop 30 Road lately. I know it's not 22 feet, 6 inches wide. I haven't measured it, but y'all been on it before. I drive a four-wheel drive truck, and 3 times in the last year, I've clipped mirrors with other trucks, and my right tires have been in the grass, and his right tires have been in the grass. Stop 30 Road needs help. We all know that part of it is the city's responsibility, part of it is the county's responsibility. I would like to request that my alderman in Ward 6, I don't know how it would work, but maybe they can lobby the county to get them to pony up the money to fix their portion, but Stop 30 Road needs to be fixed. The speaker prior to me mentioned how many houses and how many cars were in that area out there. Well, a lot of that load gets carried over right on to Stop 30. I would encourage y'all to drive Stop 30 some morning during rush hour. Try to pass a dump truck. It's tough. Stop 30 Road, by the way, the history of it, in the 1930s, a electric rail car ran from Nashville to Gallatin. Tracks right down the middle of Gallatin Road. And Stop 30 Road, the intersection Stop 30 Road and Gallatin Road, was the 30th stop from the headquarters, the downtown Nashville, to Gallatin. They named it Stop 30 Road. I have an old picture of it when it was a wagon, horse and buggy road that a friend of mine who lives there on Stop 30 gave to me. He took it from the bridge there on Stop 30 running up toward Gallatin Road. And if you look at the picture close, Stop 30 is that same horse and buggy trail. It's just been paved. It's just been paved. There's no shoulders. There's no lights. There's no sidewalks.
Mr. Witt, 30 seconds.
Thank you. But anyway, since y'all are in the mood to spend money on Drakes Creek, repairing it, I thought, hey, let's just go ahead and pin some money in for Stop 30. Thank y'all.
David, thank you. Next is Dr. Kurt Swager, 113 Maple Road Boulevard.
Good evening. Dr. Kurt Swager. I'm at 118 Maple Road Boulevard. I'm a pediatric dentist here in town and used to be over in Physicians Plaza, and I'm fortunate to be building a new office. And as construction goes, the last 10% is crazy and hard, and it's hard to get done. And my contractor kept saying, tomorrow you'll have it. June 1st you will be in your office. And it didn't happen, and it didn't happen. And finally, last Friday, man, we're this close. And we come over to codes to get some signatures that we need to be open on Monday, because I have 100 children, about 15 of them in pain, that need my help Monday morning. Can't get it done. And my contractor just like, oh, shucks. And so I went over and I stood out in front of the mayor's office, and the people working there said, he is exceedingly busy and you don't have an appointment, I'm sorry. And about 10 minutes later, Mr. Mayor poked his head out and he said, you know, I really don't think there's much I can do about this, but I appreciate that you're here. And we know what you do is important. About 10 minutes later, he poked his head out. He goes, I made a phone call, hold on. About 20 minutes later, he comes out and runs me down the hall. And he got done what no one else would do for me. And on Monday morning, I was able to see my children and get some kids out of pain, and it's because of what that gentleman did. So I'm here tonight to thank the mayor and thank him for using his office to help. And he went out of his way when he didn't have the time, and it was made abundantly clear. I was amazed. I've never had a public servant do something that helped me, so I thank him for what the office of the mayor did. And it really helped the children of this county, at least the ones that come through my office. And that's why I'm here, is to support the mayor and thank him for what he does through his office to at least, I know y'all are here, a lot of here about the roadway, but he made some kids' life better. And I thought that should be read into record. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Dr. Swager, thank you. Kay had a lot to do with it. There's no doubt about that. Tom Medlin, 1000 Tremont Court.
Good. I guess it's not afternoon. It's good night. But anyway, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Alderman. I'm here to talk about Drakes Creek Road. I know y'all have made an ordinance to do it. I'm not in disagreement or anything. I appreciate everything y'all have done. But is the road, I don't need answers or anything here right now, but is the road going to be totally paved, or is it going to be spot paved would be my question. But anyway, I have some pictures here I'd like to submit. And can I just, would I give those to these? And then y'all can keep them. I don't need them back. I took pictures throughout the road and some of the trucks that Eddie had mentioned. And let me see. So let me see. I've lived here with my wife and I about 10 years. We lived here about 12 years. Drakes Creek has experienced this construction with these trucks for at least 10 years, because I live in Autumn Creek, and that was, I guess, one of the first subdivisions. And these trucks, of course, as Eddie mentioned, are oversized, and they weigh somewhere, the concrete and the rock trucks weigh somewhere between 26 and 56,000 pounds. The pictures are going to demonstrate that the truck width are either on the yellow line or they're either off the corner of the road. There's also a picture with the truck in one of the curves, and that man's property is having to be gone over in his property when it's a full-size truck about 4 foot. And so it's got to the point now that you have to stop when those trucks are coming because there's not enough room hardly for a car and a truck together. And so, let me see, and that picture that's got the truck in it, it's by Spring Valley Road, and that's where the trucks are having to go up in the man's yard. And he actually had a tree there. I don't know if the city asked him to cut it and cut it for him down, but if the tree was still there, probably 5 years ago, how long ago it was, the trucks would be hitting that tree probably. And he's tried to build his yard up there. I don't know the gentleman, I just see the trucks running his yard. The last picture on there shows the hazard of, and it's a car that got turned over at a bridge at Durham Farms by a tractor trailer running the stop sign there and speeding. So now that lady was in the car, did not get injured, but that shows the hazard. Now, part of this is where they're speeding, and the support staff that goes in terms of trucks and vehicles to these subdivisions, you know, they're all traveling at great rates of speed. I don't know what can be done about it, if anything. And, of course, in the last 5 years, we know Drakes Creek has become one of the main arteries going to and from that area. And thank you for your time. And hope to get the road paved all the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Midland. Kathleen Hawkins. Kathleen Hawkins, 100 Country Club Drive. Thank you.
Good evening. Well, I came to thank you all for your participation with Sumner Fest, but next time you're just getting a card. No, just kidding. We did have Sumner Fest on May 12th, and I did want to take a moment and thank all of y'all's involvement, Parks, the police department. You guys were tremendous. We had over fire department, all of our emergency responders. We had over 4,000 people at our first one, and we were very apprehensive at really pushing it out because we were worried about the traffic on Sanders Ferry Road, and it was just awesome. Y'all did a wonderful job. So please give them all a big round of applause for helping us really bring attention to the city by the lake, because that's what we were able to show off that day. I do want to remind you that Freedom Festival is coming up on July 3rd. That is the largest fundraiser that we do here in the city of Hendersonville to support our Hendersonville area schools. Last year we gave away just under $20,000 worth of teacher grants that allow our teachers to be able to do different things that then allow our principals to be able to have data to back it up to help them build their budgets for the following year. And lastly, because of everything that we've all talked about, we all know that we want to have great schools. We know we want to have safe neighborhoods to live in. We know we want to have better infrastructure and better roads. But with some of the articles that have been produced in the past couple of weeks, our office has gotten a tremendous amount of phone calls, and there are some misconceptions that I've been having to field. First, with the article that appeared in the paper about the proposed increase for the trash disposal fee, I am going to ask if everybody can help me communicate. There is I do not feel as though the citizens in the city of Hendersonville understand what it really costs for the individual trash disposal. I've had conversations with some of you as well as people in Public Works, and they don't understand how much it costs, they don't understand how it's being paid, and they don't understand the economic impact. So when they see things that are printed in the media or when they see things that are on social media, it's just creating this confusion. So we need to help better educate our citizens, so when they say we need better infrastructure, if we're spending $6.1 million on disposal costs, those are choices that we have to make as a city. So if you can help me we'll field those calls, that would be fantastic. The second thing is, just this last week, I did receive a lot of phone calls in the planned or proposed planned office plaza for Saundersville Road. Now, those of you that know me know I drive that road every day back and forth. I've been aggressively looking for a place to live on that road. That's where I want our final destination to be on our family. And there is a big misconception on the fact that if we fight down this proposal and if we complain enough in the community and it doesn't get passed, that space will just stay green. And I think people need to understand that the likelihood of of it never being developed is very, very slim. So whether it's an office plaza that can help stimulate and support our economy, or if it's 12 lots, it's the likelihood of it never being developed is very slim. It's not just going to stay green space. So thank you very much for letting me share those. Help me educate the community and support Freedom Festival on July 3rd. Thank you.
Kathleen, thank you. Stephen Puckett, 228 Sanders Ferry Road.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Steve Puckett. I reside at 228 Sanders Ferry Road, Apartment A21. I'll move this. First of all, I want to thank I believe Mr. Witt mentioned earlier that the ordinance for the city administrator is expected, I think it's expected to be pulled and possibly replaced with a committee. The one thing I want to stress with any committee that we take in, that we were to form in regards to any major city structure, is that we need to make sure it's independent. That's why when I cited the examples in the past of Hendersonville Horizons, that's a citizen-led committee that brought recommendations on the vision of our city. And the strength of that is that it takes out personalities. That way we don't have, the personalities that, will show up in a local, in local bodies that can skew different aspects. And that way we can make sure we fix the structures and fix them right, because many of the vulnerabilities that I think Alderman Stamper's wanting to fix, they go beyond any current administration. They go, many cases, they go back to even when we had a city manager, and those vulnerabilities just simply transferred offices, and if we brought in a city administrator, those would go just transfer back. It'd be just shifting chairs on a deck. And of course, that helps us make sure that we get a clear understanding between expected boundaries and actual boundaries, and clear expected processes and actual processes, because it seems that there may be some misunderstandings that do pop up occasionally, and we don't. And the thing is, with government, failure is not an option. It's one of those things where if you've got to do everything in your power to avoid failure, you've got to minimize it. NASA famously said, Control-Alt-Delete doesn't work when you're thousands of miles up in space, and that's kind of how, when it comes to city structures and city processes, you got to have that kind of NASA-style mentality, where Control-Alt-Delete doesn't fix it. You got to make sure to get it done right the first time. And then the second thing I want to speak to you about is the budget. And I actually want to commend you guys, because there's something else that a lot of these citizens don't realize, is that for the past couple of years, since the passage of the Hall tax cut, you've been fighting tooth and nail to hold off a 5 1/3 cent tax hike that the state of Tennessee sent you, and that you guys have been working diligently to try to have the city absorb. Now, to the state's credit, they did phase it out to try to give you a little bit more room, a little bit more wiggle room to try to grow your way out. But the reality is, with these type of tax hikes that come external to the city, that eventually the bill gets paid, and and so you have to pay the piper at some point. And with the city being in such a bind, it may be helpful if the mayor could reach out to our state legislators, Representative Rogers, Representative Lamberth, and Representative Weaver, as well as State Senator Hale, and see if they can help us out and make sure that it's clear in the public record that the state sent that tax hike to us. Because in other communities, I've seen it. I actually had to, friends of mine from another city called me and said, "We need your help. can you tell us who was responsible for this tax hike that's
Stephen,
we're
30
dealing-
seconds. Go ahead.
Thank you. That we're dealing with in a whole nother community. And I had to tell them, I said, it's the state. This is how much they sent your community. And for them, they were discussing a property tax hike, a property tax in the first place. There were a community that didn't even have one. And so I appreciate you guys working hard to keep that 5 1/3 cent tax hike at bay. Maybe our state representatives can jump in and help you out a little bit. Thank you.
Stephen, thank you. Hank Knight, 107 Lombardi Place.
Well, this has been made a lot easier. I'm another Drake Creekian, and I just wanted to thank y'all because I was coming to you tonight as a father, a husband, and a son of 2 parents, a brother and a sister. And I think not to beat a dead horse, but let's just put it out, we jeopardize each one of those every time we get on that road. Thank you so much, and it's taking the right step forward tonight. Let's keep it going, and let's try not to stop it, and if it does get stopped, think about the kids, think about the parents, think about your brother and sister, and if you're willing to jeopardize that, we need to have another conversation. But thank you so much.
You
Really
got 4 more
appreciate it.
minutes.
I got to go home. I got a 9-year-old that's waiting for me at home, so hey, thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Kara Brumley, 1003 Raspberry Valley Court. I think Kara left, yeah. Christopher Wade, 1003 Tremont Court. Christopher?
No, he left. I
He
saw
left.
him here.
Okay. Kenneth Bruce, 120 Kinsley Way. Okay. Mark Frucher, I think, 310.
You're close. You're closer.
Oh, was? Okay, are you still here?
I am.
Okay.
My friends just left, but I'm gonna
310 Tanglewood Lane.
Pardon my accent, I am from Massachusetts, but that's why I actually kind of hung around. I just wanted to thank you guys for passing that resolution for the Drakes Creek Road, because people that are moving down to the Nashville area have a choice as to where they could live. And my wife and I picked Hendersonville because it's a wonderful city. That road is a wonderful thoroughfare to get to Indian Lake Boulevard, where if you can't find it there, you don't need it. So I just wanted to say thank you very much again. It's a testament to the members of that community that so many of us were here tonight to see that this resolution passed. So thank you again, Mayor and the board.
Thank you. Angie Hedberg, 112 Trail Ridge Way. Okay. Blake I know Blake is gone. Okay. Kenny for 1003, he's gone. Kenny for 1003 Whispering Wind Way.
Good evening, everybody. Firstly, I'd like to say for the folks that are still here, how many people by a show of hands were here for the Drakes Creek Road? Thank you. I just want to tell them, actually, thank you guys for getting together and showing the power of everybody's voice in our community to get things done. It's what works. I want to thank the board for passing that resolution tonight. It's an important first step, and I thank you. You took away a lot of my thunder by doing it, but I'm going to go ahead at least with a little bit of it and give you at least a little rundown of why we're going to need a little more money. Now, obviously, you know that, and here's why. Pavement Management Services did a report in, I think it was March of 2017, on the roads in Hendersonville. To make this short, 4.8% of our roads were considered poor, or in the red category. The beginning of Drakes Creek Road, which comes out of Durham Farms, is part of that red 4.8. I looked at all the 4.8 roads on that map. There's only one road that is now going to be the main artery to 1,200 new homes in our area, and that is Drakes Creek Road, and that's why it needs to be high on our list to keep this money flowing through it. So for now, and for the foreseeable future, the residents of Drakes Creek Road are going to see construction vehicles of every kind, followed by, upon its completion, in the range of 2,500 new vehicles in that area. Now, that's based on the national average of 2-point-something a household. 2,500 new cars on Drakes Creek Road, including what we have now. What is that? That's this. Every car is 15 feet long. If I lined up 2,500 cars, bumper to bumper, it would go from where I'm standing now to the Rivergate Shopping Mall. That's how many cars we're adding to Drakes Creek Road. We're going to need more money. This is a start, and I thank you for that. On a side note, Anderson Road was rated good. For the folks that live off of Anderson or Fountain Brook, I'm sure that's humorous to you. It is obviously not good anymore. These reports were obviously done when Durham Farms was just in its beginning phases also. That's really where a lot of this destruction has come from. I'll end with this. Progress, and I look to you guys for this, progress is not in our city trying to cram 2 pounds of bologna in a 1-pound bag any longer. It doesn't work. Progress is not approving developments, i.e. Glenbrook, 270 new homes coming your way, because we need sidewalks. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense to these people. That's like me saying to you, I'm going to buy you a really crappy hamburger, but you're going to get a free Coke with it. How's that sound? Not too good. Progress is listening to these people behind me. Progress is fixing what is here and now. We need to start basing these votes on the wants and the needs of the people behind me, and in return, they will stand behind all of you. Finally, if these people here tonight feel that they're not being heard, they will answer you with a loud and clear voice their vote. I thank you all for passing the resolution. It is a fantastic start. Thank you. And mostly, thank you, everyone that's here and stayed here. Have a good evening.
Mr. Furter, thank you. Frank Speckler, 1027 Raspberry Valley Court. I may have gotten that wrong. He left. Did he? Okay. Okay. Chris Spencer, Ward 5.
Hi. I'm going to change it quite a bit. I don't even know if I'll use this, but I do want to mention it right off the bat how nice it would be to have $3 million right now. And I do want to mention also before I start that there was a couple pot shots taken at our mayor tonight. I could see it. I'm right here on the front row. But 2 very controversial votes in the last 2 months, the Beatty Farm and the 300 homes in Glenbrook, Jamie did not vote for those, okay? He voted those down. And I think the people need to remember that he shouldn't be getting the blame for that, for sure. So the events over the past few months with the board has shown that I think, in my opinion, we need some reforms in this body. Last meeting, several came out to voice their opinion to not change zoning laws in Glenbrook, which would allow more residential construction. And who could blame them? The traffic in their area, as with many in Hendersonville, is atrocious. 8 citizens from Glenbrook spoke in opposition, and only 1 citizen, and she was from Ward 5, spoke in favor. They even ran a poll, which they shared with, that showed 95% out of 300 did not want that residential in Glenbrook. Were these citizens of Glenbrook treated the same as the citizens of Indian Lake? Did these citizens of Glenbrook ask the city to spend $3 million to help with their suffering? 5 of you voted to purchase the Beatty Farm to help with traffic by eliminating the possible construction of 90 homes. These same 5 voted in favor of changing the zoning laws in Glenbrook to add almost 300 residential homes. Are the Friends of Indian Lake better than the citizens of Glenbrook? This board's hypocritical actions prove that this board needs reform. More on this in a minute. I was stunned to listen at last BOMA's meeting that one of the aldermen bragged that he privately met with the development for 90 minutes, his own words. And the result of that meeting was a legal document that was presented as an amendment to this board in hopes of influencing the vote to get the developer's way. This should not happen. Reforms need to be put in place that it should have been the job of the alderman from Ward 6 and maybe Ward 3. But the conflicts of interest that can happen in these meetings are enormous. I think we definitely need some reform. What did we get? We got a sidewalk. This sidewalk that we received will end up being the most expensive sidewalk in the history of Tennessee. These $250,000 crumbs, according to Nancy Pelosi, that we received will end up costing millions and millions of spending on infrastructure for our schools, water, police, fire, paving. And that doesn't even begin to count the other consequences of the costs that will result with this zoning change in Glenbrook. How many more traffic accidents will cause because of this? Let me close with the ordinance that was probably being pulled on the city administrator. This proposed ordinance would do serious damage to our municipal government. It strips most of the authority and power of the mayoral position and gives more power to BOMA. Why would we want more power to BOMA? Our city government was structured to have a mayor at the top, and citizens are given the right to elect this person every 4 years. We have methods for replacing mayors in Tennessee. If the mayor is breaking the law, you can file an ouster, or you can unseat the mayor in the next election. This is why we have elections. For some of you to consider taking our voice away is troubling.
Chris, 30 seconds.
Jamie won fair and square. Just because some of you don't like him personally does not mean that we should come up with legislation to neuter the position of the city mayor.
Excuse me, he's going to go ahead and finish.
If you don't like how the mayor's running our city, then run against him in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I didn't see any violations. Thank you. I didn't see any violations of our rules there, and that's the only reason to call a point of order in that situation. So, again, I didn't see any violation of the rules there. Hold on here.
Appropriate if I call a point of order, you ask what that is.
Okay. Well, should we go ahead and finish this, and we can come back to this?
No, I think it's appropriate to answer right now, just in case we've been kind of light on the gavel
What's your
tonight.
point of order? Go ahead.
We have had motives.
No.
Of the alderman. We've had conflict of interest.
No, I didn't hear that.
I heard the words conflict of interest. I heard the alderman from Ward 4 have his motives questioned.
It wasn't specific to anybody.
I've had the motives of this board questioned. Now, I've heard comments in favor and against candidates for current or future for political office.
I didn't hear that.
Then I don't know what to say, Mayor.
Okay. Next, we have Mel Willis, 1079 Avery Trace. And then we have David Ellis, 320 Tanglewood Lane.
Tough to follow that up. David Ellis, 320 Tanglewood Lane. First off, thank you all for your service. For those of us that do use social media, I really do appreciate the input that we get from our elected leaders on social media, so I appreciate that. The one thing that I did want to bring up, I was here for Drakes Creek, but the Avent Lane cutoff that intersects with Drakes Creek, I don't know, Mayor, can I ask a question about what the plan is on Avent Lane?
Yeah, we typically don't answer those, and that's something we can get back to you about.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and ask.
What forum do we have as residents to ask those questions?
Probably the best thing would be to come to a committee meeting,
Okay.
or just give me a shout, or give one of the aldermen a shout.
Public Works?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, all right, okay.
I'm trying on that media.
All right, yeah. Well, I'm in 6, so you're good. Yep, so as my first, I'm going to use my minutes while I'm here. This is my first BOMA meeting, so I'll say I learned about Beatty Farm after it happened. I'm in support of that. I think it's good for conservation. Growth is going to happen. We need to manage it. I don't know who voted for it. I don't know any of that stuff. Sprouse, I think you're right. I think there was a little bit of a tax there. So support there. Thank you guys for listening to us. Appreciate your work.
David, thank you. That's the last person on citizens' comments. Next, we have ordinance and resolutions. Are you saying 4? Are you saying 5? What are you? We have a motion to take a 5-minute break. We have a second. All those in favor of taking a 5-minute break, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? We'll take a 5-minute break.
Just beginning.
We did pass one resolution.
We did. We did.
Only because we put it the first.
Yeah. Next on the agenda, we have item H. We have moved this up from the bottom of ordinance and resolution. This is first reading of ordinance 2018-27, ordinance creating the position of city administrator and setting forth the duties of the position. Alderman Stamper?
Mayor, as was referenced earlier, because of our social media world we live in, it's known that my desire is to either amend or change the ordinance. Really what I would like to do, and again, this passed committee with the positive recommendation, so if anyone does want to make the motion to the ordinance, that's fine. But what I'd rather do is have a discussion here tonight about possibly looking into this further via committee, maybe go to the general committee or a newly created committee. But I don't know if that's in the form of a motion, but I don't want to, I'm not prepared to bring this ordinance forward tonight as it currently stands.
Do you want to go back to committee? You want to withdraw this and go back to committee? I need some motion so we can discuss it. So really, you have to make a motion to to put this on the floor.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'd make a motion that we send this to general.
Okay. We have a
Would
motion.
be my motion.
Okay. Motion is second.
You withdrawing it? Do what you do?
All those in favor of sending this to general committee, please signify by saying aye. Oh, we've got a motion and a second. I'm sorry, I had nobody here. I had nobody in the queue. Okay. Alderman Gilly.
Are we sending the creation of a committee to the general committee, or are we sending this ordinance to the general committee?
We'll go back to Alderman Stamper and see if he wants to amend. Go ahead.
Well, I'm game for whatever. I mean, the reason I brought this forward during Finance Committee during the budget time was because if we're going to go this route, we'd want to put it in the current budget.
Yeah.
And so that's why I brought it to committee. Obviously, in the interim, there's been heavy discussion about the issue, and in order to give it even more discussion and perhaps outsider advice, expertise, I know we had Gary Jekyll do a presentation before when it last came through and we passed it on first reading, but then it was withdrawn on second. I'm game for whatever. But my motion is to move the ordinance to general committee, but I will happily change that to move the discussion of the city administrator. I mean, my motion is to move the ordinance to general, but that can be amended by anybody.
Okay. Alderman Gilly?
I'm good. Thank you.
Alderman Waters.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just want to be sure what my colleague wants to do, because he's already made it known he's going to propose it tonight, a ad hoc committee, and so I need to know what he's going to do, so I know what I'm going to do. If he's going to refer it back to general committee, that's one thing. That we can discuss it at a later date.
It sounds like it.
So I guess I need to get you to ask him what he wants to do.
I think Alderman Stamper is leaving it wide open. So if you want to talk about it, general committee, that might be the best place to do it. Certainly, you can discuss it now.
So it'll go back to general and then come back here?
I guess it'll be up to if it gets a sponsor to come back to us.
Is that what you want to do?
Okay. Anything else? We good?
Let me yield to somebody else. Thank you.
Okay. Alderman Strauss.
Thank you. As the seconder of this motion as chairman of the general committee, and I'm looking at the vice chairman of the general committee, I can tell you what my intentions would be most likely when it comes to general committee. And that is to put together some information and create an ad hoc committee but no committee has the ability to create an ad hoc committee. It is the power of this board alone to create an ad hoc committee. So more than likely, if any action comes out of general committee, I believe that it would be a creation of an ad hoc committee, the breakdown of that committee, its scope, its duties, the membership of that committee, and then only this board has the authority to create that committee.
Alderman Gilly.
Amen.
You got four more. Alderman Waters.
Well, what my colleague said in Ward 2 is what I just said, and that's what I thought he's going to do tonight. Instead of going back to general and then it's got to come back to us in the form of a ad hoc committee. That's what you just said. That's what he's going to do tonight. What's the difference? Why wait? Let's get it in tonight.
Hold on a second. Matt, are you waiting for me? Alderman Stamper?
Nope, I'm done.
Oh, okay. Alderman Strauss.
The difference between that is before we create an ad hoc committee on the fly and we decide what the membership is going to be and what the length of the term of the committee is going to be and what their scope of work, what their resources are going to be, and what questions they have to ask, that's really something I would have a very hard time supporting on the fly tonight. And it's more appropriate to go to a committee, form a new ordinance or a resolution. I can't remember if it's an ordinance or resolution that forms. It's an ordinance to form an ad hoc committee. And so we get the details out. One of the questions we had at the very beginning was, we don't know what the details are. We put the details together, we bring it forward, it comes back to the board in the form of an ordinance, and we have to vote twice. And there aren't any questions at that time. I'd rather do that orderly than try to do something on the fly.
Alderman Frost.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to back that up. I think this has become such a hot topic. If it's going to be discussed, and we need to do it in depth and do it properly. So I back up that it be sent to General. General will put together a format for an ad hoc committee and put the parameters down and then bring it back to us. We can do this in an orderly fashion and make sure that it's done properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Stamper.
Yeah, that sounds like a good answer. Sorry, I've taken a beating for 3 weeks. Frankly, it ain't that fun.
No, it's not. That's right.
No, it ain't. But and I've made it clear as I can to as many people as I can what my intention was, what my motivations were. We say somewhere in citizens' comments states motivations shall not be questioned. And that's about all that has been questioned of me the last 3 weeks. I've been up here 8 years. This is the second mayor that I've worked under. And my motivations have always been the exact same, meeting in, meeting out. I've never counted the votes on my hands as I've seen other aldermen doing. Yes. How many yeses is it? Oh, okay, I'll vote yes so I can be on this side of the issue. I've seen it. And, alderman up here says that there's not folks up here who's done it. Maybe some are still sitting up here. This is the angriest I've been in 8 years. To have something that came up 2 years ago that I said, oh, that's interesting. Let's research this. To have weeks spent, weeks of study, of emails, back and forth to MTAS, to discussions with our other cities, our size and larger, some smaller, to say, hey, this works for us. This is kind of how we manage it. We will make sure we don't take away the voice of the people. And for me to make one ordinance that has 5 full weeks and 2 readings before it would even get ultimately passed, to give everybody time to discussion and then just to have misinformation run amok. It's frustrating, and you deal with a lot of distrust in politics. And I don't mind people disagreeing with me, even if they look at all the facts and understand it properly and still disagree. That's fine. I disagree with my colleagues all the time. But when we, I know I speak for me and several others, when we put forth legislation, we do it because we think it's the best interest of the city of Hendersonville. And others may disagree and say it's not in the best interest of Hendersonville, that's why we have votes. But what I get tired of is having misinformation out there, and then it creates chaos in the community. And that's what social media has done. It's created chaos. We have sunshine laws. I can't meet in privately and talk to aldermen or the mayor about potential legislation. We have to do it in a public meeting. And in the 3 weeks since it was proposed at committee, and this is supposed to be the first time we're talking about it, it's been here, there, and everywhere. So anyway, I just want to say, after all of the feedback I've gotten from my constituents and through reflection and thought about, hey, some of the things that we heard about 2 years ago might be good to hear again before we make a final determination of how we want to structure the city administrator, if we go that route at all. It wouldn't hurt to have it discussed even more. And maybe then it comes back and we kill it and we move on. But I like the idea of taking it to general. The ad hoc committee needs to be thought through, and on the fly is probably not the best answer. And I thought about, I even hesitated even posting what my plans were. Because, it gets out, screenshot, Mark, they screenshot everything you post, let me tell you. And I was just going to go with the ordinance and then recommend ad hoc, but that wouldn't be good either. So we all had the information about what was coming, and I'm sure there's folks prepared. They've probably got their talking points. If ad hoc tonight, here's why we should not vote for an ad hoc. But that's just the nature of politics. So I like the idea of it going to general. So let's send it there, board, please. Thank you.
Alderman Stanford, thank you. Alderman Waters.
Well, I think we're about to wind up discussion since my colleague in 5 here made a great suggestion. What concerns me is that the ordinance I have in my hand that my colleague was talking about, then he turns around and puts this out. I didn't make it up, and these people out here didn't make it up. It's what you're going to do tonight. I did. I come prepared to oppose it. I did. I don't. We can agree to disagree, but when you say on the fly, I don't do anything on the fly. I'm taking your word for it right here. What you was going to do tonight. I don't know why you changed your mind, and it's immaterial. It's none of my business. It's your right. And I agree. It'll go to general. It'll come back to here, and then we'll debate it. Thank you, Mayor.
All in favor of the motion to send this back to general committee, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Next, we have on the agenda item A under ordinance and resolutions. This is second reading of ordinance 2018-11. This is an ordinance amending the Hendersonville Municipal Code, Title 17, Chapter 2, regarding the burning of construction debris. We have a motion. Brown and Gilly. A motion is second. All those in favor of accepting ordinance 2018-11 on second reading, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Next, we have second reading of ordinance 2018-18. This is an ordinance amending the budget ordinance 2017-23 by appropriating general funds for the amount of $88,534 to the Codes Department due to an unexpected retirement. Sorry, that's funny to me. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of accepting second reading of ordinance 2018-18, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. Next, we have second reading of ordinance 2018-20. This is an ordinance amending the Hendersonville Municipal Code, Title 7, Chapter 6, regarding explosives. Alderman Petrelli.
So moved. Second.
Motion is second. All those in favor of accepting second reading of ordinance 2018-20, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Next, we have first reading of ordinance 2018-21. This is an ordinance amending the budget ordinance 2017-23 by appropriating funds for changes to the City of Hendersonville work period in fiscal year 2018. Alderman Cunningham?
So moved.
We have a motion. In a second. All those in favor of accepting first reading of ordinance 2018-21, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Next, we have first reading of ordinance. Am I going too fast? Okay. First reading of ordinance 2018-22. This is an ordinance to adopt a city budget and to appropriate funds for fiscal year 2018-19. I so move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I want to start off with something real quick here, just to help folks out that of where we are with this. What we've done here is we implemented most of the recommendations of the PACE study, and that cost us about $473,000 in addition to what we had put together in the budget about 2 weeks ago. Ron and I have worked with Ron's staff to identify that we feel like there's going to be about $504,000 more than we had anticipated in property tax. The reason we feel that way is, first off, we're sure that property values are going up. We've seen evidence of that. And in the first 5 months of this year, we've had building permits that represent about $34 million of property investment in Hendersonville. Last year, during the first 5 months, it was about $30 million. So we certainly feel like that's going to continue to go up, in addition to the fact that we've got Clarendale coming online pretty soon, and that's going to be valued somewhere between $48 and $60 million, and we will be getting property tax on that. Overall, our revenue is including that, our revenue is expected to be about $2.1 million greater. I've also, since we last met, added $60,000 for replacement of a truck in Public Works. It's a balanced budget. We anticipate that our sales tax is projected to be about $800,000 greater for next year. We have merit raises for employees. We have increased by $471,000 from our general fund for paving. We've also increased our debt, and that was due to our bond, $5.7 million a year ago. We have not increased our debt for the upcoming fiscal year because of Beatty Farm. On the first day of the next fiscal year, we will have a payment due. I want to say $414,000. We have delayed that for the 414, Ron, or about, okay, July 1st of 2019. We will owe that amount to start paying off the debt for Beatty Farm. It is not in this current fiscal year, but something we've got to keep in mind because it will be the first day of the next fiscal year. We're adding 5 new police officers with 1 new investigator. We're adding 12 new firefighters with 1 additional inspector, and no property tax increase, and likely the fund balance will go up. Another thing that Ron and I were able to find out was anticipating the increase in property values also increases what a penny does on our tax rate. Instead of about approximately $150,000, it would increase our property tax revenue by about $159,000. So as you make changes to this and propose changes, think about that an increase in spending of $159,000 equals about a penny on the tax rate. Alderman Frost.
Mayor, one quick question, then I want to call HR up. The $414,000 delay that you stated on the payment starting in July of next year for the Beatty Farm debt, is any of that money, were you counting any of that money being delayed as putting it back into the budget?
Not until about 6 days ago. So it would have been, we had anticipated.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that part of your increase that you're stating was that you're delaying that payment until next year? Or you got the delay for that payment for next year?
Yeah, we got the delay for next year. We won't pay it in this coming fiscal year.
Well, I guess my point trying to drive home is I don't want to put us in a bind next year, when we have to start making that payment.
You're right, yeah.
The other thing, I noticed you pulled through the pay plan, you pulled the educational pay out from the survey that the gentleman had.
Help me out, Ron. We addressed some of the recommendations. I'll say about the education pay is we've got probably a bigger conversation on that coming, and I think we talked a little bit about that. in that we have some folks that are getting an educational pay bonus, even though that's a requirement of their job.
Well, can I call the, Mr. Voss up? if you
Yeah,
don't
that's probably a good
mind?
idea. Peter?
Peter? The gentleman in the pay study that we listened to a week or so ago, can you refresh my memory on his stance on the educational pay? What was the implementation amount on that, and how did he work that into the pay plan?
His recommendation is to, that the education would move with the individual. So in other words, the way that that the city has, and this is my understanding, the way the city has handled the education attainment pay is it's an enhancement pay. So you have a base salary, then you have the enhancement pay, and then if you take the job and it requires the education, well, you lose your enhancement pay. And what he's suggesting is that once you receive your enhancement pay, your base salary is adjusted, either the 2.5%, 5%, whatever your degree is. And then if you get promoted, it's based off that new base salary, your promotion is.
The educational pay, yes.
Right.
Okay. Did he, I can't remember, do you remember the amount he said it would take to implement it with our current situation?
My staff actually worked on that, and we tried to be as carefully as we could, but it's between $30,000 and $32,000 additional cost.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Mayor, can you enlighten me on you said you had something deeper, I can't remember your exact words, to discuss about that.
Yeah, there's that situation. We also have, we provide some other enhancements to some of the positions that we have that other cities don't provide. And so we've got to look at some of those as well.
Such as?
To the point that motorcycle pay, I think, is one. I'm looking at Peter, I guess, also. I can't, horse pay, canine patrol, that kind of thing. Whereas some other cities don't provide that. I'm not saying I want to take those out. I'm just saying that's probably part of a bigger discussion on how we deal with that, as well as the discussion that we've recently had an employee that has actually taken a demotion because he could have kept similar pay. He was able to keep similar pay.
I understand. I think the motorcycle and police and K-9 and all of that, that's a direct job-related enhancement. I understand that because we also do it for the fire department as divers and that sort of thing. But I think the educational pay is something that we need to pay attention to because it's part of our ability to draw the best of the best that we can to come to work for the city. And I think if we can keep that moving and help out, especially through recruiting in all departments, then I think it's well worth the $30,000. Is that what you said? 35,000. I'd like to see it be put back in at the appropriate spot. So I'll make that motion that we reinsert this back into the budget.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Do you want to state what? Can you state the motion again?
I think, Mr. Voss, can you give me the figure your staff had so I can be exact with it? Please.
You want the exact figure?
Yes, sir.
Of course, this is using current salary, so it's going to change a little bit with the pay study.
Well, you told me just a minute ago it was $30,000 to $35,000.
Right. Yeah, I've got $28,639, but you might want to add 5% to that.
So if we did 30,000, rounding it off, would that suffice?
I think would be fine. yeah.
Okay, my motion will be we reinstate educational pay of 30,000 into the budget. Please.
What was your motion again, sir?
Reinstate the educational pay that follows the employees to 30,000 back into the budget.
And Alderman Strauss, you seconded that? Alderman second. Alderman Strauss, go ahead.
All right. I asked this question during the Finance Committee meeting, the kind of quasi workshop we had last week about the pay plan. And this may not make me popular with some employees, but here's my understanding. And I'm not going to talk about any specific department. I'm not going to talk about any specific position. I'm just going to say, let's imagine we have a senior technician level 3, and that job requires a bachelor's degree. And the employee is getting a certain payment. He has the requirements for his job. He's level 3, and he gets his master's degree. And because he has his master's degree, education that's higher than what his requirement is, or what's required for his position, but because it does add value to the city, because he has this additional education that he can apply to his job, he gets a bonus in education pay. That's great. I mean, that's what you want. You want to maximize the value of all of your employees and pay them accordingly to that. Well, let's imagine a year later, 2 years later, he gets promoted from level 3 to level 4. And he gets a pay raise because of it, because he gets a new position, more responsibility, and it also has additional requirements. And to work level 4, you have to have a master's degree. If we have the pay, education pay, follow the employee in that situation, he gets the raise for going to the higher position, for the promotion, for the more responsibilities, and because the job requires a higher degree. Are we going to pay him again higher for that master's degree? I don't see how you can give someone a raise twice for the same thing. And then what do you say to the person who's already in that position and already was hired with the master's degree, and so he's getting the appropriate pay without getting the education bonus? I think instead of faulting the fact that you don't get a double raise with a promotion when you you can't get a double raise for having a degree you're supposed to have that position, instead of complaining about that, we should focus on the strength and the benefit of giving someone that raise before they were in that position because they had the higher degree. Now, I know it's going to be tough to tell a couple of employees we can't give you a double raise when you get promoted. But I'd rather do that than tell another employee that we're not going to give you higher money because we hired you with that degree, not that you attained it while you were then the employee of the city. I appreciate the spirit of the motion, but I think from a management standpoint, it's going to cause us more headaches in the long run than not. Thank you.
We have nobody else wishing to speak on this item. Alderman Stamper.
Yeah, this is the First Amendment out, so I think I need to make it known. One of the questions we often ask whenever there's a proposal to increase expenditures, and I know this one's a very small amount, but the question that often gets asked is, well, how are you going to pay for it? Where else are you going to cut to make up for it? I'm not specifically asking that for this because one of the reasons that I had an issue with the budget overall and recommended a negative recommendation out of finance was because the ending general fund balance, I believe, is too low. So I can't go with, except, well, we'll just cut it out of the general fund and then, say what number do we want to land at the general fund. I've done that in the years past where I've said, well, I think our general fund can sustain X amendment for, $30,000. The general fund can handle it. But I'd be remiss if I voted for amendment that already cuts it further than it's already too low. And so going lower than something that's already unacceptably too low, it just doesn't work. So, I mean, we all voted to have a general fund balance of 5 million earlier in the year, unanimously did that, and this budget presents a 2.8. So, you know, we're in the ballpark. So I guess this would go for all the amendments. They need to at least make up the money somewhere else, and somewhere we need to get another 2.2 million into the general fund to be consistent with what we all voted on. Thank you.
Alderman Stamper, thank you. Alderman Frost, I have your light on. Do you want to?
Oh, I'm sorry.
There we go. You're good. Sorry about that. There we go. All those in favor of accepting this amendment to add $30,000 for educational pay to all employees, please signify by saying aye when Kate calls your name. Those opposed, please say no.
Brown?
Aye.
Campbell? Aye. Cunningham?
Yes.
Frisbee?
Aye.
Frost?
Yes.
Gilly?
Yes.
Petrelli?
Yes.
Skidmore?
Yes.
Sprouse?
No.
Stamper?
Yes.
Waters?
Yes.
Clary?
No. Hold on one second. Alderman Stamper, yes? Alderman Stamper, yes?
Was it to increase expenditure?
Yes.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. That passes 9-3. Alderman Sprouse.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to, first of all, thank you, Mr. Stamper, for pointing out that the committee recommended no on this budget, and appreciate the board being prepared for what could be a long meeting to make amendments. Again, for those keeping up at home, we had 2 budget workshops. Each standing committee had at least 1 meeting where we went over every item, every line item in this budget, made recommendations. It's unfortunate that not a single one of those recommendations made the document we're here tonight. So you're wondering why were we here so long tonight? It's in some cases we're redoing work that we have already put in, but just was not reflected in the final document. I'm going to go along first and ask a question having to deal, and I apologize for glasses, I'm between prescriptions. If I understand correctly, the expenditure for Beatty Farm won't happen until not this budget year coming up next month, but the year following. Is that correct? Is the mayor here? Ron?
Who are you asking?
Yeah, we had, just a few months ago, just like we had voted to commit toward building towards our general fund, we had voted to commit reserving 1% of each year's budget, 1% of the previous year's budget each year for green space. Now, we did that. Is that 1% not in this budget?
I think the budget's in front of you. I think it's obvious it's not in the budget.
Okay.
Nor is the expenditure for Beatty Farm.
How? Okay, well, the expenditure for the Beatty Farm is fine. I mean, there's been plenty of times where we've set the money, we've set up payments to where we don't do it until later in a tax year, or we do it at the beginning of the next year. It's no different than someone at home saying we're going to set up a bill payment on the 1st or the 15th of the month. But just a few months ago, we sat in this room and voted unanimously, I think just like we did for the general fund goals, and said in each budget year, we're going to set aside 1% of the budget. And that 1% is going to be for green space. We do not have to spend it that year. But we are either going to keep it in reserve for a future purchase, we're going to spend it that year in a purchase, or we will use that money to pay off the bond of a previous purchase. I can't believe just a few months later that's out the window. I get frustrated when people get disenchanted with government. They get cynical about us. But when we very much in a room full of people say we're going to do this and set this money aside because it's a value, and the very first chance we have to put that value into practice, we throw it out the window. I don't think that's right. Now, what would be appropriate, because one of the values, as we talked about when we talked about the Beatty Farm purchase, was we can take that $500,000 and keep it in our reserves As long as it's in a line item in this year's budget that says this is $500,000, we can put it in the budget this year, have it go against our general fund to help balance it out as we go through the years. We go through the ups and downs of our appropriations and our receipts, our expenditures and receipts, and then we can spend it next year. And we will be satisfying the requirements of that commitment that we made. If we wait until next year, we're not going to be appropriating this year's money next year. We're going to be appropriating next year's money next year. And so forevermore, we're always going to be at least 1 year behind. And if we don't have the courage to live up to the value, to the promise that we made just a few months ago, to save the money, if we can't do that just a few months later when we know exactly where the money's ultimately going to be going, we're going to be tempted every year to do the exact same thing. And I don't feel right about that. Now, if there's a motion that we have to wait until second reading to figure out a way to get the $500,000 to set aside, it's just a $500,000 that's set aside in our general fund. I'm okay with waiting to spend it. We'll have to figure it out. Anyone has any suggestions, I could have it, but I can tell you the document that's before us right now takes that value just months after we make the pledge and throws it out the window. With that being said, I am going to make an amendment. I'm going to refer you to the previous discussed in the Community Allocations Committee report to item 10, handwritten page 10. The first amendment,
Is that on the original document?
it's on the document, the budget that came out yesterday.
Yes, sir, okay, thank you. Oh, yes, sir, okay.
Page 10, you'll see Resolution 2018-35. We're not voting on this resolution, but this information is the same that's in the budget document. So this change will then affect Resolution 2018-35 when we vote on it at our next meeting. The first part of that amendment is to scratch Good Neighbor Mission, a $1,000 appropriation to them. That was not a recommendation of the committee, but that was information that was presented to me today, that agency is no longer in existence. United Way has cut them off and a few other folks as well. They are closed signs on the door.
And who is that again?
Good Neighbor Mission.
Okay.
So that's a $1,000 cut. I now refer you to the handwritten page 21. That's within the Standing Committee's recommendations. And just for clarity, if you're going to, I will make sure, I'm just going to read these through. These were the recommended changes made by the Community Allocations Committee. There is a net reduction of about, well, a little over $30,000. And just want to read through here just to make sure people know and make sure I don't miss something. The first line item, we're keeping the same amount that was given to the Hendersonville Arts Council, but it's very clear that we are making that appropriation to the Hendersonville Arts Council. The request this year for the first time ever was for a 501c3 that's related to the Hendersonville Arts Council, but its board is not made up completely of members of Hendersonville Arts Council. The Arts Council is an agency of this city, and its board is appointed by city officials. So we wanted to make sure that the city funds were going to the city agency. We wanted to, Forward Sumner, contribution to Forward Sumner was previously $5,000. We were keeping it at $5,000, so that's a $5,000 cut. Sumner County Animal Control, we had them last year at 0. There was a request for $10,000. We cut them at 10. We cut that 10. The reason we did that last year, it's still the same case this year. The level of service that they provide to Hendersonville on the county level is not dependent upon the money that the citizens of Hendersonville contribute. We fund this through our county taxes, and we found out last year that no other city in the county that was receiving services from animal control was paying anything in addition to their county taxes towards animal control. So we cut that. Most of these are just keeping the funding at the previous level since we knew it was going to be a tight year. Literacy Council, put them at $3,500. Mid-Cumberland Human Resource, keep them at $7,750. Rock Castle at $8,000. We keeping Station Camp Stars program at $9,000. Keeping the Tennessee Small Business Development at $5,000. And again, none of these are really cuts. These are cuts to a budget to what was going to be a cut to an increase. And the spay and neutering was a new one. Their request was for $7,020, and we were based upon what we were giving some of the more established agencies. And since they're a first year, we made the recommendation of $3,500. And then the Transit Alliance in Middle Tennessee, I think our recommendation, if I remember, was just to keep them at $2,500. We just needed some additional information, and we since had received those. So I offer the Good Neighbor Mission deduction and these changes as one amendment. Again, with a net of over $30,000 savings on the budget.
A motion, a second. I've got a question real quick. Ron, did we fund Transit Alliance at all last year?
It should be on the page we have for nonprofit information.
Okay, so the recommend.
So this current year, they were at 0? So this recommendation from that committee is to increase it to 2,500?
2,500, yes, sir. The,
we get a second?
I'm sorry, we don't need to make that amendment because it's already in the budget at 2,500. That's the only one at 2,500. That was on our list because we needed additional information before we made the recommendation.
So help me out with what the amendment is, please.
The amendment is the Good Neighbor Mission,
Okay.
short 1,000.
Okay.
Then the recommendations of the committee, when they do not match the documents, so they do not match what is in the resolution on page 10. And a couple of those, when we said we needed additional information, those numbers are the same. They're only on the list because they are the same and we needed additional information.
Is that a total reduction of 30 or 31,000?
I didn't do the hard number, I just estimated that it was a little over 30.
We have a motion, a second. Alderman Gilliam, was that a second from you? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, committee.
All those in favor of approving this amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously.
We took care of the education situation. Thank you, Mr. Pratt. You're welcome.
Alderman Skidmore.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start off with something really fun and easy. So let's just try this.
I feel like there's a curveball.
Yeah, like a nuclear warhead's coming. Yeah. Well, we in Public Works have looked at our situation here at City Hall on our safety situation here. We would like to add, well, let me just do it this way. Let me tell you what we suggested, and we're open for options here on this issue. But we would like to have, believe it or not, because we are one of the, and I hate to really say this out in public, but we're one of the few that don't have the key fob in our city, nor do we have security cameras here. If you all have been looking around all over the United States, unfortunately, it's a sad situation, but it falls under Public Works. Our security here for the building and its employees, who do a fantastic job, is what we consider, I mean, it's adequate, but it could be better. So I know the security camera and the fob, the key fob for the city has been taken out, but we would like to keep at least one or the other here, preferably the key fob. If there's any question with that, that'll be and I don't have the, excuse me, the exact number, but I think it's like, what, 45,000 or so. do you have that, I know it's in the budget document, and I was looking at Scott's stuff, and I apologize for not having. Say again? 16,000? Oh, page 16. Oh, I wish it was 16,000. All right. Hold on just a second. Let me get to it. And I apologize. I should have my stuff together, but it's just been one of those crazy nights in Hendersonville. Let's see here, 16, page 16. It is the actual, the key for the doors at City Hall is, yeah, it is, it's 45,000. So I would like to make a motion to put that back in the budget for, I guess it would be under special projects with Public Works, and then if we get a second, then we can talk about it amongst ourselves.
A second?
Okay.
Alderman Skidmore, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you again, Mayor. I'm open for discussion on this, on how some of the aldermen feel, and what, whether this expenditure for this year would be one that they feel that is comfortable in making. After we've seen what we've been seeing all over. I mean, we're very fortunate in a way, and I'm, I don't want to go too much on about it, but I can guarantee you there have been people that probably have walked in this building that really probably shouldn't be here, if you get my drift. So, and that's frightening to me because, I mean, the mayor's office is right there at the front door. Yeah. So.
Why'd you have to tell everybody that?
I apologize. I didn't mean it that way. I didn't. I really didn't. Oh, my God. Now my face red.
No, it's
I'm
not.
sorry.
No, it's not.
I didn't mean to do that. I wasn't.
And his desk is.
Anyway, that's all I'm going to say after that. I want that.
Appreciate that. Alderman Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to speak to that. I was going to speak to something else, but I'll speak to that now. I think either one or both those are needed simply for security reasons only. I'll be frank and honest. I don't think we do. I think we are really, really comfortable in our own skin, and our skin being Hendersonville, Tennessee. And things happen all around us. So sometimes you need to let your skin crawl a little bit and say we need to do security cameras and we need to do fobs. Somebody would say security cameras usually help you after the fact. Well, that's true, but I can tell you that we have some in the PD, and we're going to get some more in the PD, and we just approved one in the PD that most of those are after when the guy's leaving town. You get a shot of their car and their license plate, hopefully. So I think it's a good amendment. I know it's money. I know it costs money, but security and keeping people safe is worth it, in my opinion. So thank you.
Alderman Sprouse?
Thank you. I'll tell you from my personal experience that I don't know if I'm uncomfortable not having the key fobs, but I will tell you that I'm uncomfortable in some of the situations that I've been asked to be in or participated in because we didn't have electronic entry to the building. There have been past times because of meetings or something that's going to be taking place after hours, I've been offered a key to the front door to use. And I appreciate the offer, but I turned it down because I didn't need to have a key to get in anywhere in the building. I trust myself, but I just think from a matter of policy, we don't need that. But at the same time, we're often torn because we do have a meeting in this building after hours, and staff has to make arrangements for the doors to be unlocked. So the question is, does somebody come back and unlock the door after hours, or does someone leave the door unlocked when they leave? And neither one of those is a good situation, wouldn't be accepted in the public sector. We have this technology at my church, and I think that the fobs are more important than the video cameras because the fobs allow access, appropriate access, and tracks access. It's easy to know who's where, when they come in, when they're supposed to be there. It can even happen, it has even helped in other organizations having to deal with time card fraud or just trying to track employees when you see that, someone's time card said they got in there at 8, but their key fob said they didn't get into the building until 9:20. It helps with a whole host of management issues, whereas security cameras are great in more public buildings because you have a whole bunch of people coming in and out of Walmart, and there's questions after the fact of who are the ones who are in legitimate business and who are the ones there to rob you. But if we can handle the access and tighten down the building, then the alarm system will take care of a lot of that. And I think that would be the more appropriate expense if we were to do either. Thank you.
So we've got an amendment and a motion. We've got nobody else wishing to speak on this. This is to add $45,000 for camera and key fob equipment. Is that the best way to explain it, Alderman Skidmore?
Yes, sir. I'm willing to negotiate on this because I think it's so important that this is the, thank you, Mayor.
You're fine.
This is an important step to secure the building. I genuinely, when I watch TV and I see what's going on in the world, and I'm going like, God, my Lord, I'm just so grateful, with our building. But I will, if that's what the will of the board is, I'll make the $45,000 and we'll start there, and I'll support that. Yes, sir. That's my amendment. It's for the 45 is for the key fob. And the rest of it, that was for the remainder. I think it's like 50 or something like that. That was the cameras, but I'll acquiesce that part of it to get the key fob, and I'll probably will ask for the cameras next year. To be honest,
I don't know if everybody understood you down here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. So,
yes, sir. I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah, my amendment to the budget is to add $45,000 for the key fob.
Gotcha.
And I'm sorry that I'm not as loud as I normally am.
Surprised you're still talking, to be honest with you. So.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. To be honest with you. I know y'all be happy when I just shut down, I'm sure.
Alderman Frost.
This may be a dumb question, but for the sake of knowledge, to whomever can answer it, the key fob that you're talking about, these will be distributed to the employees. Now, when we were talking about locking down, is that meaning that the front door will be locked and citizens can't walk in unless the door is open for them? I guess what I'm driving at is we're going to have these for the employees, but the front doors are still access to be completely open. I guess the benefit of these is after hours, it seems like, and I'm starting to wonder if we're going to have doors that are open and can be accessible by other folks other than employees. The cameras may be something else. I mean, I don't see why, like I said, it may be a dumb question. I may be trying to go too far with it. But
Yeah, thank you. No, you're not. That's why I, at first included both, but sometimes it's better to get something than nothing. And that's why that I said, well, we'll just, I was in my thought process, I said, we'll start out with the keys, and then next year, I'll be honest with you, I'll probably ask for the cameras. But to answer your question even further, the doors would, I guess, and Chip, go ahead, and if you want to answer that, the doors would be open if we had someone here after hours to.
We currently can, as we do for most public meetings, we have a timer on a computer so that we can activate in whichever doors we want. So that's how we typically set them now. What we don't have really during the day is to access all of our other departments is a lot of keys. And so lots of employees have keys. The key fob itself would limit the people who are in their department. That's the only department they can get into. They wouldn't have access to other departments. We can change those to allow department heads or maintenance or IT to have more access, but we would know who can go where. But that means that if you do happen to get a key fob from a person, you can only get in a department. And so unless you know where they work, you don't know really which door they can go into.
So this is an internal, this is an internal thing and not what I was thinking about is, external also.
And we can also issue fobs to the board, and we could say, for instance, the chairman typically has a standing committee meeting at 7 o'clock on this day. We can put it on a calendar. That's the only time it'll work. So those are the things that we can do with this technology.
Alderman Skidmore?
Yes, sir. I hope that answers your question. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Alderman Campbell?
He just answered my question. I was, that's up to the departments entering with the key fobs.
All those in favor of accepting this amendment for $45,000 for a key fob system, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. Alderman Stanford, was that you? Thank you. That passes 10-2. Alderman Skidmore, I think you said you had other ones?
Yes, but I'm going to let some other people talk too.
Okay. Alderman Brown appreciates that. Alderman Brown.
Thank you, Alderman Skidmore. I know you're tired like I am. I have several, but we can go back and forth. The first one I would like to talk about is pay, go back to pay a little bit. We talked about educational pay, but I don't think we settled necessarily everything there. We never included EMT and paramedic pay for our firefighters. And, that's $26,280 that these guys go to school, get certified as paramedics and EMTs. And so I'd like to see them get that pay.
A motion to...
That's a motion. $26,280.
A motion is second. Any discussion? Alderman Stamper.
I'm going to be a broken record tonight, but I don't want my no vote to be taken that I don't think that some of these things are worthwhile, but we've got to, I feel like I just have an obligation to say we've got a serious general fund problem that's not being addressed. So every time we add expenditures to bring down that general fund, no matter how valuable they may be, we're in an untenable situation. So that's why you'll see me to continue to vote no on these unless there's an offset in another area that we can find the money and move it so that that's a net zero impact. This is kind of, well, yeah, the charitable contributions have been before, but, you know, so I like the spirit of finding ways to make it revenue neutral. And so I'm going to stand against anything until we get the general fund fixed. Thank you.
Alderman Stamper, thank you. All those in favor of this amendment to add $26,280 for EMT pay, is that the best way to describe it? Alderman Brown, is that the best way to describe it?
Sir?
You're going to describe it as EMT pay? EMT pay?
EMT and paramedic pay.
Paramedic pay. Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. Alderman Stamper, myself. That passes 10-2. Alderman Brown.
Okay, we're going to go to the big stuff, I guess. We've got to get there sometime. I worked on this, worked on police and fire both, and I've got police first, so that's what we'll do. In the budget as is written right now, we are appropriating money for 5 police officers and 1 CID, 1 detective. That totals $318,763. We as a committee discussed a couple weeks ago about adding those other patrol officers back in there and the other CID officer, other detective. So I would propose that we keep the 5 as is for $259,325 on July the 1st. We add 2 CIDs, There's one already in there. We're adding the other one. That would be a total of 2 detectives, $118,876. And we hire the other 3 patrol officers. That would give us the 8 that the chief asked for and the 2 detectives in January of 2019. A total of $77,000. It's $455,998. That's $137,000 more than is in the budget presently. But that gives us, we go from 5 patrols and 1 detective to 8 patrols and 2 detectives for $137,000. I've got several here. I've got some other ones that go to, do you want me to break them up, each one of them for PD and each one of them for fire, or do you want me to?
Totally up to you, but I want to ask you a question about this, just so I understand it.
Okay, go ahead.
So, we're going to leave the 5.
Go slow, because I'm not sure I understand.
Okay, leave the 5 officers that are in my budget as is.
Right.
Okay. Move the 1 CID person for half year. Did I hear that right?
No,
No.
full.
So leave that as is in my budget.
Leave that 1 CID, be there full, and
Okay.
add another CID to it,
Starting when?
July 1.
July 1, okay?
And then the other 3 patrol officers would be hired January 1,
Okay,
which would give them a half-year salary.
okay.
That's a total of 137,235.
137, 235?
137,000 more than you had in the budget now. But that gives us, when we're done, ultimately 4 more police officers, 1 CID and 3 patrol officers.
4 more than what's in the proposed budget.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll make
No,
that
isn't
a
that
mo-
5?
Sir?
Is that 5? Oh, you're right, 4 more, sorry. Okay. I need a second. Okay. Do you want to add some more now, or do you want to?
It's, I can go ahead and add it now, you know. We also discussed adding an in-car video back. That's on page 76, $55,000. Ma'am?
Here, Alderman Cunningham, go ahead.
Um,
You okay with this?
Can I ask the sponsor of this to do this separately?
I think you're sort of looking for some direction.
That's fine with me.
Do the personnel?
Okay.
And
I can just go down the list until I
Okay.
run out of it.
Okay.
Until I get down here.
So we've got a motion and a second to amend the police budget as he explained there. Does anybody need any more information on that, or do you want to speak, does anybody want to speak on that? The dollar amount is 137,000. You want to add the 235?
The total dollar amount for what's in the budget and what I just added would be $455,998.
Which is an increase
What is presently, what the mayor has presently in the budget is $318,763. So it's 137,235 more.
Okay. I'm just adding pennies up down
I
here.
understand.
Thank you.
I did this about a half dozen times today, and I had to run the figures about 10 times to get them right.
Anybody wish to speak on this amendment?
Fourth officers?
We
had 5?
My budget had 5 additional officers and 1 additional CID person, so this is going to add 3 more officers and 1 more CID person.
Thank you.
Sorry, Steve, I probably should let you answer that, I apologize.
Nope, you got it.
Fine. All those in favor of accepting this amendment, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, please say no. No. That passes 10-2. Alderman Brown.
Okay, back to police budget, page 76. In-car video. We would like to add $55,000 back there. We believe that in-car videos are important to do exactly what they say, video. And also under tools and supplies, $15,000 on page 74. That would be a total addition of $70,000. That's all police requests.
Got a motion and a second. Total of $70,000, am I correct?
Yes.
Alderman Waters?
Last one? I didn't get it.
Tools and supplies on page 74 for $15,000.
Hold on, Alderman
Video's on page 76.
Sprouse.
You were frank and honest earlier, Mr. Brown. I'm gonna be blunt. One lawsuit avoided covers the cost of every camera that we have. And I'm not saying, we know, we watch the news, how hard it is to go a week without having a true story about a serious injury, a fatality, or even something as simple as a traffic stop. The true story being told because of the cameras. It is protection for the employee. It is protection for the citizen, because not everyone is perfect in every situation. And it is important for the city that we can guarantee that our personnel is going to be operating at the highest level of professionalism, and that the people that they serve are going to be treated appropriately. Likewise, that the people that we serve, sometimes when they don't want to be served, treat our personnel appropriately with appropriate respect, and we are able to defend them. Thank you.
Ron, you have a perplexed look on your face, and I think I know why. Is this money already in the budget? For the in-car videos? Good, okay. Now, public safety, I think we had an ordinance, did we not? Or were you not coming with an ordinance? The total cost, I want to say, was $100,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think we added 50, I think the police was going to be able to fund 55,000 of it for this fiscal year. I'm looking for a chief or somebody to nod. You are going to be able to fund 55 this current fiscal year? And that's where I came up with the 45 to put in my budget. I'm sorry, without objection, we're going to suspend the rules. Listen to Commander Harbsmar, please. We're good. Go ahead.
So it's my understanding in the current budget, we have some monies dedicated for in-car cameras that are built into the cars.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a motion and approval by the board to appropriate some funds that were unused in licensing fees that we just moved recently.
Okay.
So that total was about 70.
Oh, really?
Off the top of my head, I'd have to go back and look. So that's in this year's budget that we're moving forward with right now. I know we put in the budget 100 for the upcoming budget. So the total amount in this year's budget that we're moving forward with is 141.
Okay. Ooh, I think you confused me more.
I didn't mean to.
What the initial request for in-car cameras for the next fiscal year?
Next year was 100. The original budget, if my understanding, was 100,000.
Okay. Is there a portion of that that we're going to be able to fund with the current fiscal year budget?
So the current budget year that we're in right now, there was money allocated for in-car video. It was built into the cars that we have in the budget now.
Okay.
And that was to the tune of about 73,000.
Okay.
We also had some unused funds that were in licensing fees and so forth that we came back to the board and asked that that be reappropriated. And Ron, I'm sure can give you the exact numbers.
Okay.
And I want to say that was in the tune of about 70,000 as well.
Okay.
So the money that we have this year's budget right now, 141,000, they were moving forward with in-car video purchase.
Okay.
The monies that we asked for next budget year, the one that we're talking about right now, was for 100,000. Now, what you put in and what you took out.
Ron, am I correct that my budget has $45,000 in there for this? Okay. And we need an additional $55,000 to cover the replacement of all the in-car cameras?
No, this is going to be probably about a 4-year rollout. We have approximately 80, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm talking out loud. It's 11 o'clock.
This is probably a 4-year replacement program to replace every in-car video that we have. We can't do it in 1 year, we can't do it in 2 years. The 141 gets us about, doing this off the top of my head, we have some back-end infrastructure that we have to purchase, and probably about 20-something units. Next year with 100, we can dedicate it all to it. Gives us another 20-something units to a total replacement of about 80 to 85 in-car video units. So we're probably talking about a 4-year replacement program if we get funded every year.
I appreciate that. Commissioner Harsman. Alderman Brown?
So that 55 is what I'm offering to add back in, to bring that back up to 100 so we can continue.
That'll keep us on
4-year.
pace to get
Keep us
that.
on
Otherwise,
pace.
it'll be 5 years or longer to be able to replace that.
Thank you, Commissioner Harsman.
Thank you.
Anybody wishing to discuss this amendment, total of $70,000? All those in favor of accepting the amendment for $55,000 to replace in-car video cameras and $15,000 for tools and supplies in the police budget, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no.
No.
No. Alderman Stamper, Alderman Cunningham, me. Did I miss anybody else on no? Appreciate that. That passes 9-3. Alderman Brown.
Okay, on to fire. I'll start out by saying back in April, we were requested by a fire chief to approve the fire department applying for SAFER grants. And SAFER grants supply dollars for firefighters over a period of time. We agreed unanimously on this board to apply for the SAFER grant for 19 firefighters. That has been submitted and is in the hopper. It's working. So, if that grant is approved, we need to accept that grant for 19 firefighters. In the budget, we have 12 firefighters. I will go back and also say that we pay, it's a 25-75 match. So our piece for 19 firefighters is $259,000 is what our piece would be. Ultimately, it's well over $1 million, but our piece is $259,000. In the budget right now, the way it stands is you have 12 firefighters. Our piece of that would be $163,570. But if they award 19, we've got to accept 19. So I want to increase that and go back to 19 firefighters for $259,000. I also want to add the one fire inspector and start that person in January for $33,000. I've got one figure I don't have here. Everybody breathe a second. That would increase our budget for firefighters, for personnel, by $128,000 from what's in your budget now. You have $163,570. I'm asking to increase that to $292. That would give us 19 firefighters if we get the grant. If we don't get the grant, then we would use that money, that $259,000, to hire 6 firefighters, basically. You could get 6 for about that, couldn't you, Scotty? So, but likely we will get the grant. So that would be my amendment on personnel.
Help me out a little bit.
I'll do my best.
Okay. My budget includes an additional fire inspector. Am I right about that? Where's Scotty?
No, sir.
It did, but I think this last one, I don't know if it was an error, it was left off, I didn't see it anywhere.
It's not in this packet it was given me yesterday.
Not included.
Okay.
I think that's why Mr. Brown's asking.
I got you. Okay. I think you're right.
But I'm putting them in there for half a year.
Gotcha.
So,
So that will be January 1st?
yes, sir.
Okay. Then, how many firefighters again?
19 total.
So that's 7 more?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That increases that budget line item by $128,000, $128,430, I think.
Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question. On the total 19, Is that for a full year?
$259,000, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that would be for a full year. When are we going to hear from about the grant? I mean, is it,
It's random, we don't have any say in that, they choose from, I think it's like, August, probably up until January.
so it could be, they could be
Could be less.
less than a year. I mean, it could be 9 months.
This would be
Or-
maximum $259,000.
Okay, all right, that's what I thought. I thought it was, going to be less than a year from the beginning. So it could be,
They randomly draw us, July 1. I don't see that happen, I think.
then we can't hire
Hey, Chief
probably
Bush,
in,
can you come on up here? I appreciate it. Thanks.
sorry.
I think they still take applications up for the grant process. But like I said, I think it ends like around August and can go all the way up to the first of the year.
Okay, so the earliest that you would be hiring somebody would be, what date, Scotty? And your,
Well, again, it just depends on when we're awarded the grant, if we're awarded the grant. If they give us the grant, we could certainly act on that. It might be 10 months, could be 8 months, could be 6 months.
okay, all right. So it wouldn't,
We don't have any say in that,
it most likely wouldn't be a full year anyway.
unless something happened really bizarre. I don't see it
Yeah.
happening in July, no
He'll
ma'am.
do the damn
Okay. All right, thank you.
Alderman Petrelli.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Bush, so can you explain, so to reiterate, the BOMA voted unanimously to support the SAFER grant, correct? So if we did not fund the 19 positions that we asked for and the grant comes through, and let's say today, as an example, we go, no, we're going to go with 12 firefighters. What would happen with our standing with the grant? Can you explain that for the benefit of everybody?
Again, it's up to their discretion. We could certainly appeal to that we would like to accept the 12 and not the 19. They could have the option of turning us completely down, saying you applied for 19, that's what you turned in for. You're now wanting 12. We're going to pull it. Or they could say, yeah, certainly we'll do the 12. It's, the ball's back in their court then.
Right.
Obviously, when you ask for things through the grant process, if you rescind or take away or do anything like that, you stand a chance of not being accepted for any more grants for, it's kind of like an unwritten rule, who knows how long.
Sure. So this could have a negative effect for several years ongoing.
Possibly. I mean, again, that's totally up to them. I can't guarantee that, no ma'am, but it certainly that option is there.
Okay. So just to review again, we all voted unanimously to support the SAFER grant at 19 firemen, correct? So it makes sense that we support the request for fully funding the 19 firefighters. Otherwise, we're putting our, the granting process at risk. And I'm sorry, can you refresh our memories again? How much are we saving by going through this granting process versus what the city would pay outright?
If we just hired straight up 19, it's almost $1.1 million, roughly.
$1,081,126.
Yes, ma'am. It's just like I said, it's 25.75, correct. First 2 years is 25.75, the third year is 35.65, and then you folks have the option to pick up that fourth year.
Thank you, Chief Bush.
Alderman Brown.
I think we're there on that one, ready to vote on it, but I have another one after that.
We got a motion from Alderman Brown, a second from Alderman Gilly. And the amendment is to add 7 firefighters through the SAFER grant and 1 fire inspector that would start January 1st, 2019 at a cost of $128,000 more. All those in favor of this, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. No. Alderman Sanford. That passes 10-2. Alderman Brown.
Okay, thank you. We get down to the bottom of the page, so that's good. In our committee discussions, we had talked about 2 or 3 different things that we thought were pretty important. We wanted to, on page 764, for those of you who are keeping up, What'd I say? 764. How about category 764? I don't know what page it's on. I'm not sure. Don't be smart. It's fire, yeah. It's fire. Folks, a little sympathy here. I've got a cold. Anyway, I want to add $15,000 to fire administration building maintenance. I want to add $15,000 to vehicle maintenance. I want to add $60,000 and bring that up to 110 for training and travel. That's a total of $90,000. Under line item 824, not page 824. By there? Page 81, line item 824. Oh, you got a while yet, Mr. Frost. You've been in some of these meetings before. Aerial and ground ladder testing, $3,000. Vaccines, $1,000. Firefighter physicals, which are, I think, a pretty important thing, $26,000, and $1,000 for processing evidence samples. The committee voted to add that back in when we met a couple weeks ago. That's a total of $31,000.
What's your grand total?
I've got one more.
Okay.
For $28,000 under special projects. Bring that back up to $28,000 total. So those five together are $90, 31, 28, $149,000.
Got a motion?
It's a motion.
We need a second. We've got a motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion? Alderman Petrelli?
So, I brought this up at the second workshop, so I guess I'll bring it up again. So the aerial and ground ladder testing at 3,000, the vaccinations at 1,000, and the firefighter physicals at 26,000. These are not optional items to not have in the budget. These are items that are mandated by OSHA, and if Mr. Voss would come to the podium, our HR director.
Well, let's have Mr. Voss speak without objection.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Mr. Voss, so in your past experience in Bartlett, running the department there, would you view this as a liability, as not having these things provided for our firemen, ladder testing, the physicals, et cetera? I know with the firefighter physicals that they're also testing for mask allergies. So, I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I just want people to understand why these things are really shouldn't even be discussed to have it in the budget, but I would appreciate your opinion.
Yes, if I put my risk manager hat on, I would say definitely there's a liability issue here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Alderman Petrelli, thank you. Anything else? All those in favor of accepting this amendment with a total cost of $149,000? Alderman Cunningham? Go ahead.
Was this, have all these items been in previous year's budgets, or is this brand new?
No, ma'am. We've been doing physicals for probably, I'd say, 17, 18 years. Ladder testing is something we do annually. The Hep B shots is something, obviously folks can turn it down. We can't force them to have those inoculations, but it is something that we offer a layer of protection, and we've had those in there for years. The ladder testing and the pump testing, things like that, go in line with your ISO rating. They basically take that off of a cumulative 3 or 4 years. If you miss a year or two, you're obviously going to suffer. So my concern would be if we lost some of that, it may affect our ISO rating when we did that again.
Do we have a special doctor that they go to
Yes,
for
ma'am.
these
Dr.
physicals?
Southwell, he's a pulmonologist. What Ms. Petrelli was referring to, it's a pulmonary fit test. We actually make sure that they have the lung capacity to wear the SCBAs that we wear in structure fires.
So would our firefighters be able to use their insurance and then we could reimburse them the difference, whatever, out of pocket? Would that be an option?
That would be something we may have to negotiate. I mean, when you get into that, it depends on where the folks are at with their insurance. You know, if they have the buy up, the buy down, if they have the middle of the road program. There's so many moving pieces with that. I think that might be more of a nightmare for finance than it would be just to say we're going to pay for them.
Just throwing something
Yes,
out
ma'am.
there.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Petrelli.
All right, so I'm going to talk about ladders again. We're talking about $3,000, and this is how concerned I am about ladder testing, that it is still not in the budget. This is what I'm going to propose. So this is kind of an amendment on your amendment, Senior Alderman and Ward 4. It seems to be a pattern of behavior with me with the amendments. I remember at the second workshop that when I explained how imperative it was to have the physicals and the ladder testing in there, the response that I received was, well, we have to make cuts from somewhere. That's what was stated. So what I'm proposing is that BOMA does not take their annual increase this year in pay or whatever it is. So by my calculations, if none of us up here take a pay raise, it should generate at least $4,175. So at the mayor's salary at $95,000, that will generate $2,375. And then with the alderman, we make, it depends on how much taxes you take out. And I know this is petty stuff, but I was told you got to cut from somewhere, so I'm cutting. The aldermen make around $6,000 a year, so that equates to approximately $1,800. So together, that'll cover ladder testing, and we can stop talking about ladder testing, which is something that we should provide for our firemen. The fact that it's not in the budget really concerns me. Thank you.
So we've got a motion. Yeah, we've got a motion to amend the amendment. We just have a motion.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm contemplating a second to her motion. Could she restate?
Sure.
Is it to save money?
Alderman Petrelli, can you help us out?
Yes, sir. So in an effort to not do away with that, if we take just no raises here across the board just for us, it will cover the cost of ladder testing. We should generate at least $4,175. It should actually be a little bit more than that. But that'll more than cover the $3,000, and the extra big surplus of $1,000-something can go back into the fire department.
Second.
Thank you.
$4,175?
It's going to be more than that. That's a conservative number.
So is your amendment $4,175?
Yes, if it gets fire testing for fire ladders back in the budget.
I got you. We've got a motion, a second. Alderman Strauss?
Again, I'm sure this isn't going to make me very popular, but that's a gimmick. I mean, that's a little bitty tiny Band-Aid on a huge problem. We're going to end up with ourselves in a hole by the time we're done of hundreds of thousands of dollars, because we were presented a budget that millions of dollars, because we were presented a budget that doesn't contain things that in last year's budget were considered essential. And in the year since then, we voted unanimously to go towards grants, to go towards saving money for green space, to go towards our general fund so we can build up our fund balance. I'm going to give you a little history about the pay raises for aldermen, because I think maybe Mr. Frost was the only other one up here when we got into this situation. Maybe.
What'd I do?
I didn't even know aldermen got paid when I ran. And I think most of us probably at the end of the day ultimately pay for doing this job. So it's not the issue for that. But what we ran into was, there were people when they left the office, one person who lives in my ward represented this ward for a few years, and he pointed out that aldermen never got a raise because it's so politically radioactive to give yourself a raise. And what had happened is over time, he said it wasn't even covering his gas expense for going to the meetings and all the places he was going around and doing investigations. I never checked that number. But when we did a pay study in 2002, 2003, it was in the Fuqua administration, the consultant came back and said, compared to other cities of the size and compared to the amount of people on the board and how much you meet, the board is being woefully underpaid for its time. And we didn't take the number that he gave us. It was a much higher number, but I think we took it from $300 a month to $500 a month. And this was about 2003, 2004 is when it took effect. But what we did is that we put in a factor. When we give steps to employees and give merit raises, we don't give those to ourselves. But when we do a cost of living increase, something that's based upon the Social Security Index, a number that's not arbitrary, a number that we don't decide, when we give that to employees, not because of merit, not because of longevity, but just because to keep up with the cost of living, that automatically applies to all the elected officials. And that was just in the spirit that over time, 10 years, 20 years down the road, because of a series of elected officials not wanting to give themselves a raise, we get in the situation that we were in 15, 16 years ago. Now, I'll waive the entire salary to solve a problem, but let's be frank here. We're talking about a couple $1,000s when we have $1 million problem, and it's something we can only do once. We shouldn't have to choose between paying elected officials and maintaining the safety of our ladders. Really? That's what we're discussing right now? That's what we're debating? I can't support the amendment. We're going to have to figure out something to do. But we put Band-Aids on this budget last year. We were here till 1:30 in the morning putting Band-Aids on the budget. And the one that we've been presented, I don't know if there's enough Band-Aids in existence to fix it. But I know this is one that's not going to fix the problem. I appreciate the spirit of it, but I think it's just going to get us down a road where we're making bad decisions and having to make false choices every year with every line item. I mean, it's pretty close to taking up a collection just so we can do basic services for our employees.
Alderman Stamper.
Yeah, I appreciate everything that was just said by the previous alderman. Again, I somewhat feel like tonight is just kind of I just don't remember doing it this way in the past. Maybe we did it this way last year, and I just don't remember, but lots and lots of amendments, and the more amendments we make, the tougher it is. But maybe that's why we have two readings. So some of the things we do at the lateness of the hour tonight, after 2 weeks reflection, maybe an amendment gets unamended. That's happened before. But the reason is I'm liking hearing savings wherever we can find them. So with that 4,000 and another 2.2 million, we'll be where we need to be. So it's moving us in the right direction. So that's why I support it.
Ron, help me out here. And Alderman Petrelli, are we talking about the COLA increases for the alderman and for the mayor? Is that what we're talking about? Because we don't get merit increases.
We're debating your motion on the whole
Okay.
fire package.
So these are COLA increases. And Ron, does that number make sense, $4,175 or come close?
$8 or $9 raise.
But the ladder's not already in your whole fire amendment?
It is.
For us? Yeah, we do it every
That's what I don't understand.
I don't either.
So she's made an amendment to your motion.
She's trying to do his motion. See, I've already put ladder testing back in my motion. Ladder testing's already in my motion. So she's just funding it. Could I speak to the?
Yeah, give me a second. Ron, are we? Okay.
The math that I've done on 375, and then on 6,000, which again is under what we make, is about 1,800 for all of us for the year.
Let me let Ron confirm this.
not sure what he's going to do. My motion already includes ladder testing. His motion.
I know. I get that, but she wants, her motion is to take money from somewhere to help pay for it. Ron, are we good? You're fine, you're fine.
I just have a question to Alderman Brown while we're waiting.
Why don't we do that? Yeah, go ahead. Alderman Skidmore.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Does your amendment to the budget include the ladder?
Yes.
So what, excuse me,
You
what
just-
Alderman Petrelli, I was going to say what Petrelli's saying. What Alderman Petrelli is saying is the fact that she's saying to amend your amendment by taking the 4 from the COLA.
Which would reduce, I'm sorry.
Well, who can ever answer it? The,
My amendment
Yeah.
includes ladder testing. Ladder testing. That is hard to say.
which we've had, okay.
I think what Ms. Petrelli's wanting to do is take the COLA away to basically pay for the ladder.
Right, I got you, okay, I'm with you, okay. I just
So if she
I wanted
does
to make
that,
sure my
then I'll
thought
have to
process
amend
was
differently.
good, thank you.
Okay, Ron?
However, only $864 is Alderman's increase. $1,908 is the mayor's increase.
Okay. So her motion gets us how much? Her motion actually gets us how much?
That's a 2% cost of living.
So what's the hard
So by removing that, we would save the city. Okay. Thank you, Ron. Alderman Petrelli, you good with that, or you want to make another change?
I'm willing to withdraw the amendment or keep it. It's really not about, you know, what the senior alderman in Ward 2 said, I appreciate what he said, because quite frankly, I was shocked when I came on as an alderman and saw what they were paid, not that any of us are sitting up here to do this for pay. I enjoy the pleasure of serving with everyone up here because I know everyone has a servant's heart. But it is absolutely ludicrous what we are reimbursed, which does not cover phone or gas or, you know, an average of 40 hours a week. However, all that to say, it irritates me that we have to talk about a $3,000 OSHA-required item of ladder testing. It is not worth a firefighter's broken back or leg to even not have this in the budget. And the fact that it is not in the budget, after I asked for it to be in the budget, I will filibuster this for 20 minutes that this is not in the budget. We're talking about $3,000 to protect a man's life. Why is it not in the budget? I am willing to forego my salary for the year to help pay for ladder testing or whatever it will take to get this in the budget and not have another single discussion about it. Thank you.
We're going to vote on the amendment. Are you withdrawing it? Help me out.
I will do whatever needs to be
We can
done
separate
to
them.
get this in. I'll withdraw it for now, so if it doesn't make it into, the senior alderman from Ward 4, if it doesn't make it into the budget this round, I will talk about ladders next time for at least 1 hour, if it's not in the budget. Thank you.
I withdraw my second.
Okay. Alderman Cunningham.
Can I ask the alderman that initiated the amendment,
We're back to the
if we could just put that as a separate line item on just the ladder testing alone?
It's in the amendment.
But I don't, but
It is
could
a
we do
separate
it just
line item.
separate? I mean, could we just do it as a separate amendment, aside from the other, rest of the items that you listed?
Alderman Brown?
No.
Okay.
Any other discussion on the $149,000 increased spending in fire for the several items that Alderman Brown mentioned? You want to talk, or we're ready to vote?
I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Please signify by saying aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, please say no. No. I'm sorry, let me try that again, I messed that up. All those in favor of the amendment from Alderman Brown to increase firefighter spending for $149,000 for the several items that he listed, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. 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 Because Alderman Stamper, myself, Alderman Cunningham, anybody else? Alderman Brown.
I have one more, and this is the last one. What do you mean, amen? It's only 11:25. I'm just feeling better now. Okay, you will like this one, Mr. Stamper, because it's saving money. Mr. Stamper? Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Talked about this in our budget workshop, and I certainly appreciate the spirit of the mayor putting $400,000 in for the fire hall there. But a couple things. Number one, it's probably going to be more than that. Number two, it's three things. Number two, we don't know. And assuredly, we will not need that $400,000 this year, this budget year, because we're not far enough along that we would have to pay that overage. So I'm going to ask that my amendment would be to remove the $400,000 from the fire hall, for the fire hall.
Motion is second. Steve, where is that? Can you help us out?
Oh, Lord. That one, I don't know, didn't have that page marked down. Everybody look, somebody will run into it.
I don't think, it's not in fire, is it? Is it, Ron? Ron, do you know? Page what? 18? Page 18? Okay.
You got money sitting there.
Here we go.
It's true.
What is it?
You know that. We can't put tax increase in December. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is something new. What is this?
This is.
Alderman Stamper.
Thank you. Not that my one little vote matters, you know, me voting no on all these things, but in the spirit of what I was trying to get across earlier, if certain amendments can be packaged as I'm going to increase expenditures here, but I'm also going to reduce them here, that's, you know, of course, I haven't spoken with the maker of these motions prior to tonight, so I just want to clarify, I like when you pull from one to another. So I like this amendment. I'm saying I may have voted differently on some other ones that I think are vital, because I understand fire and police. I don't want to send the wrong message with my votes on things, but I'm the numbers guy. And so if this was packaged differently as a combined amendment that's overall going to increase the general fund, then I may have voted differently on some things. But obviously, $400,000 is a great savings, so I'm all for this one.
And I would tell you, you need to think of the starfish, one single starfish. It matters to him. So your vote does matter. It's 11:30. Just want you to know your vote matters.
Anybody else wish to discuss the amendment? Sure, the amendment
He's the
is
one that does
on,
analogies.
on page 18, about halfway down the page, you'll see under fire department, and these are, you're gonna see, add to construction new fire hall,
Do what now?
$400,000, that was in my budget to set that money aside. And Alderman Brown is asking to remove that, make that zero.
I can't tell you that right now.
Alderman Gilly.
Refrain for now. I'll be back, though.
All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. No.
I do have
Hold on second.
one more thing.
Was there anybody else that voted no on that? That passes 11-1. Alderman, hold on, Alderman Brown. Alderman Strauss?
It is 11:30. I'd like to do a double amendment. I'd like to extend the meeting past 11:30 after a 5-minute break.
Second.
You good with that?
Yeah, can I have one more minute before we do that?
After the next item.
Okay.
Alderman, all in favor of taking a 5-minute break after the next item, after the next amendment?
And extend the meeting.
And extend the meeting after the next amendment. Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Alderman Brown, back to you, please.
This is not an amendment. This is just a statement on everything that we did on the police and fire. Of everything that we added and everything we took away, we have about $100,000 there that we would need to add to the present budget. Of everything we added, everything we took away, just about $100,000 over that. So we're about 3/4 cent on the tax rate. Now, we can go potty.
Alderman Stamper.
Just one second. Ron, have you been keeping up, Ron, with like starting at that 2.834 number and doing all that to see where the general, I meant to ask this earlier.
With adding the 400,000 back in, it's 2.678.
So we've,
678,496.
so we've roughly pulled out 250,000 through all the amendments to date? Okay. Thank you.
Alderman Skidmore.
That, I am in the queue for when we get back, if there's no other amendments.
That was a part of the motion.
Back in after we call.
I got you.
Okay, thank you, bro. Thank you, Mayor.
5 minutes.
After we talk,
Yeah, we already voted on it.
Was it fire or police?
That's fire. It's added his fire and spent it back. 33,000.
33,000. 33,000. 33,000 to fire.
Yep.
Turn your mic on.
My word, yes.
Down to my office.
They say good news, you're still here.
We need big parts.
Cookies. I can't eat a whole bunch of cookies. I'll start flipping out on the sugar.
Yeah, I can't do sugar. I'm a salt person.
Right, $10.
Oh, well, wait. She'll get here. Are you good with pizza?
I'm good with pizza, yeah.
How many large pizzas?
How much do they cost?
I don't know, like $7.99, $8.99 at Fox's.
Give him a tip.
4?
What?
4?
Yeah. I have to tinkle, sorry.
Looks good with that, what you got on.
That one, if I had this in blue.
No, your black and your coordinated with the blue looks good. I like that.
I still got a, we don't need to have cash out in front of.
Don't forget you won down there, boss.
Yeah, I'm not reaching down there. Well,
Alderman Skidmore?
Yeah, nah, I don't know.
Are you telling Andy to go, or are you ready?
Oh, do you want to just, you want me to yield the floor to him, or do you want to switch it over to do that, and I'm turning off.
Okay. You're welcome.
When I have training classes, I go by
Alderman Gilly.
I'll tell you in just a second. Come on, put them on. We ready?
Yep. Jeff?
Okay, I'm going to try to make this as painless as possible and without, I'm going to try to make you happy here.
I love you.
I don't know. There's been a lot of talk about the light projects. I guess page 54 maybe. No, 54 is special projects. I'm sorry. 19 is where we're looking. Sorry. We've got two situations. We've got a situation at Drakes Creek where we are basically a safety issue with lights at the football field and Field 1. I'm going to get Mr. Lamar to come up without objection.
Yes.
He's the interim parks director.
Barely gets under the wire. He's good.
And then we have a situation where we've been renting lights at Volunteer Park, but it's really probably time to start working towards permanent lights there. The question is, can we do both? Can we do part of both? Whatever. So we've asked Mr. Lamar to kind of get with the light man, I guess for lack of a better word, Mr. Reynolds, the light man, and see if we could come up with something that would maybe keep us from throwing money in rental and just tell us what you figured out. We've got $250,000 at Volunteer in the budget now, currently as presented, and I thought maybe we could. Thought it was $250.
No, back in there.
Page 19 in the budget. 225. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
225.
Yes.
So we're going to see what we could come up with that was that we could do at least part of that project, because that one's important too. Can you educate me?
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Just point of clarification, Alderman Gilly. On page 53 of my parks budget, it's got lights for Volunteer Park, 250.
That's what I thought.
Okay, the 225, there was a window during the workshop process of 225 to 250. 225 was for metal halide, 250 was for LED.
Gotcha.
Okay, so that's kind of where that window or that price was different. In my line, in page 53, my line item's got 250, which is the LED lights. Okay. So let's keep the two parks separate so we can discuss each one of them on its own merit.
Yes, sir.
Volunteer Park, 6 poles, LED lights, 25-year guarantee, concrete poles, wiring, installation, everything, 250. I called Doug Reynolds and I said, Doug, we've got a problem. And I said, you've done 98% of the lights in the last 20 years in the park as far as the bids and so on. We've got some lights over there we use as rental lights. It's costing us right at $20,000 a year. That number needs to go away. We need to do away with the rental fee and the rental lights at Volunteer Park. What will 2 poles in the middle of the 2 fields, because there's 2 poles on one side, 2 in the middle, 2 on the opposite side, with lights to light both fields. And I said, realistically, if we put 2 80-foot poles in the middle, concrete poles, with LED lights on both sides, a bank on each side for both fields, for the kids to practice on, what kind of light are we going to get? He said, you're going to get 3 times or better the light that you're getting now with the temporary lights that you're paying $20,000 a year for. And you're going to have a 25-year guarantee, LED lights, and you're done. You don't have to fool with it anymore. $410,000. Okay, 2 poles, 2 banks of fixtures on each pole, 1 facing each field.
But that would be 3 times the amount of light that we're getting out there now.
Right.
For LED. And I guess important too, everybody I've talked to, and I know you've talked to, would say we don't need to put up any lights that aren't LED because in the long run, it's going to save us much more money.
Yes, in the long run, a lot of money. Now, 2 things, we only put up 2 poles versus 6 poles, but we do light the fields for practice. It's not high school TSSAA, NCAA game ready, but for practice, in rec games and things, it'll be fine. The other thing is we knock $140,000 off our price by deleting those 4 poles. So the $250 drops to $110 for the 2 poles, 25-year guarantee LED lights. The one thing that I did ask him about in this discussion I haven't had with any of the aldermen at this point in time, it just kind of came to me since I've been awake here all day. He did say that the LED lights would be a very, I say dramatic cutoff. There wouldn't be any bleed over into the neighborhoods.
Yeah.
He said when they aim the LED lights to the edge of the field, they go to the edge of the field and then they bleed over very little. The metal halide lights that we have at the park now, those of you that have been around a long time, when you turn the lights on, you can see them in every neighborhood for 6 blocks. And so, so this would be a little different, plus they would be a brighter type of light. So we'd be saving $140,000, okay? That would do, again, 2 things. Do away, Mr. Waters, and I completely agree with you 110%. We need to do away with the rental of the lights on those fields. We don't need to rent lights and throw $20,000 away every year. In 5 years, we could pay for the lights. And so those lights are there for 25 years guaranteed. So that's where I'm going with that, save $140,000, and then we do lighting as we go along, which we've done in the past. And those of you that have been around soccer and been around Henderson for a long time, we have lit fields like that over the years several times.
Okay, my next question, I guess maybe for Ron, the number actually in the budget today, though, is 225 on page 19, correct?
Okay.
So the savings that I'm about to have to work with is 115.
115, okay, I'm good.
Okay, next question. We got a line item for revenue from, and this will be where you probably come in, but you might have talked to Mr. Bertotti, I don't know. So there's a line item for revenue from Tennessee United for $20,000 towards the light project.
Correct.
Okay, are they still good for that, or what?
Well, in the discussion with Jamie and his board, he's 99% sure the board is going to approve that. They've had discussion about it, and I know the mayor and I have had a discussion about it. Several of us have, and from my understanding that he's shaking his head yes back there, that they're good for the $20,000 donation toward the lights at Volunteer Park, toward that 110.
Can we get a firm yes in 2 weeks?
Yep, I think.
And would it be something that we could ask maybe if we come back in the next budget year to finish that light project, maybe we could get help from REC, Tennessee United, going forward? Because I know we used to do that. Every time we lit a field, we would get help.
Yeah,
So-
we have, again, we did that one year where REC bought 2 poles, United bought 2, the city bought 4,
Yeah.
we lit 2 fields, and, you know, everybody pooled their money together. So
Correct.
we've done a lot of this in the past.
Okay. All that being said, if we could, here's my amendment. Here's my motion to amend, would be to amend the budget for $110,000, to change from $225,000 to $110 for the volunteer light project,
So reducing by 115.
for that project. Now, I can tell you where I think that needs to go now, or we can vote on that amendment separate. You want me to do it now?
I think you should put them.
I'm going to put them together is
Yeah,
what
we've
I'm
had a
going
couple
to do.
people, okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. So
Now-
we're reducing that item by
We're
115,000.
reducing that item by 115,000.
Thank you.
In addition to that, 55,000 back to police for the in-car cameras. That helps take care of Alderman Brown, part of Alderman Brown's 100,000 that he was missing. In the parks budget, 68,000 was taken out for special projects. One of those was tennis court resurfacing that I think is, as you all were aware last year at this time, we were able to do a section of the tennis courts, which made a lot of people happy, and I think if you could kind of enlighten us on which section needs to be done this year.
The center, the
center
12
section.
courts, 3 sets of 4s, the middle 4 need to be the next.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
So $20,000 to tennis court resurfacing.
55 initially
To the police for the in-car cameras.
20 to the tennis.
20 to the tennis court resurfacing. We also have a situation that I have talked to Peter about and Mr. Lamarbe, based on his number of hours that he's worked interim here and the number of hours that he has left legally by TCRS, where he can both work until we have a permanent person and hopefully stay on to help guide the new person. About $15,000 is needed to cover in next year's budget to plan for him for that. That'd be another $15,000 in the park's salaries, I guess. I don't know exactly where you're paying him out of, Mr. Minix, so. Okay, so that would go to that to help make that difference up, because I don't think that's been budgeted for quite yet. And hopefully, we won't run him off too far.
And just a point, Mr. Gilly, at this point, we haven't had to make an amendment in this year's budget because of the director resigning and then Christie resigning, taking another job. There has been money in the salaries left, so we haven't had to come back and ask for an appropriation. The money's been left in that account.
Okay. Last thing I would say is something that I'm the liaison for the Golf Course Commission, and I've been looking for this with Chip for like 2 years. Anybody that's driven to Country Hills Golf Course knows that parking lot needs to be repaved badly. And around $25,000 would cover that, which would keep us from having to search for it out of supplemental paving, which could go towards other areas in the city. Because that's a city-owned parking lot, I would much rather do it this way than have to take away from somebody's road out of supplemental paving to do it. So all that said, it's a wash from what's in the budget to reduce the volunteer light project and put these items in there. So if I need to restate all of it, I can restate all of it, or if anybody has any questions, I can try to answer them, I guess.
Alderman Cunningham. Okay, go ahead to Alderman Cunningham.
I have a question.
I haven't got a second. So.
Oh, sorry, we've got a motion.
Got
a second.
I have a quick question. You mentioned the $20,000 from the United Soccer. Is that already in the budget, the $20,000 income?
That's listed as a line item under revenue.
Oh, it is, okay.
And they're saying they're good for that that
Okay.
$20,000 even with the reduction in the project.
That was my question.
Okay.
Thank you, Alderman.
Alderman Waters, thank you. Thank you, Arlene.
Thank you, Mayor. I like it. I really do. The question I need you to clear for me, because as I talked to you probably a year ago, Dave, my concern was the calls I was getting on that road there where the lights was in the house. Now, am I correct? It's going to be 2 poles in the center.
Yes, sir.
Of
Correct.
the park. 2 poles.
Just 2.
And go explain to me again that type light. It won't go over into the street. Or?
One of the things, Mr. Waters, that's a great question, because the poles will be higher, the lights will be shining down versus those 20-foot poles. I mean, temporary lights that they use in construction sites. They're shining out this way.
Yeah.
And that is a factor that does cause the light shining in the houses and on the road and so on.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it'll actually look like less light, but it'll be more light on the fields, directly on the fields, but it'll be less bleed over on the other part.
That's great. They'll love that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Waters. Alderman Stamper.
Thank you. As the junior alderman from Ward 6 stated his concern, as the senior alderman, I share the same concern that's out there near Arrowhead, and that bleed over has been an issue. So that takes care of one of the questions I had. The other one you mentioned about, I don't know TSSAA and all these other standards, but you mentioned that it wouldn't be necessarily up to those standards.
Right.
But again, putting, I guess, the risk management do we run a risk not having enough lighting with the lower?
It'll be more lighting. It'll be, that field will probably be lit better than 75% of the other fields in the park.
And it'll be better lit than it currently is with the temporary lights?
Absolutely.
Okay. I like the amendment.
Alderman Stamper, thank you. Alderman Petrelli.
Thank you, Mayor. If the lights do not pass in the park, is Tennessee United still going to give a $20,000 contribution for the year? No. what contribution did you give to the city last year?
Oh, we need to suspend the rules.
Hold on.
I can't hear Mr.
Hold on 1
Bertotti.
second. Are you asking us to suspend the rules and ask somebody to answer a question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 'cause
Okay.
I don't know,
Well-
I haven't got that answer. I wasn't here. last.
Okay, we've got a motion to suspend the rules for Jamie Bertotti to speak. Jamie, I got to remind you that you have no obligation to answer any questions. Without objection to have him answer questions.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Since there was chaos, I'll rephrase the question. So is the $20,000 donation contingent on the 2 lights being put in the park?
Correct, for permanent.
Okay, so if we don't put the lights in, you're not going to make the $20,000 donation?
Correct.
That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Frisbee.
Just a quick
Thank you,
question.
Jamie.
No, Dave.
Thank you, Jamie.
You had easy questions. Go ahead.
You're
Yes, sir.
You said it was going to be good enough for practices
Yes,
and
sir.
such. Will it be good enough for when we have tournaments?
Not at this point, not probably younger kids maybe, smaller mini kickers, 8 and unders, probably 10 and unders. Kids get older, speed of the ball, speed of the kids. It's kind of like a similar situation we can talk about in a minute with Field 1 softball field and the flag football field, okay? Lights adequate for younger kids, slower play, not as much danger to get injured. Older kids, faster they get, gets a little more. And again, to answer that question, I can give you an example with the high school soccer field. They added lights to their field over the last couple of years because they were not high school federation adequate for high school play at that level, AAA level. Okay, they were good for rec play and what we usually do in the park, but for high school play to be adequate for federation standards. They needed to upgrade that. And of course, then you go to the college level in Ball State. I know that Johnny Lynn just put softball lights on his field, and he's got 70-30 candle power in his, which is a lot brighter than any fields in the park because of the different standards of the play and the level of play. So, but I think the lights at Volunteer Park will be very adequate for the kids.
Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's my understanding that the United Soccer has never made a donation to the city? Is that correct information?
No.
Okay,
They've made, the Tennessee United over the years has made several $100,000 worth of donations. And so has in the rec.
was it based on like a project?
Yes, it was similar projects. They split it, we built a concession stand, they spent $100,000 one year, we spent 110. So,
Okay,
and so both soccer groups over the years have contributed a lot of money.
okay, so it was based on project by project, year by year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Waters. Thank you, Arlene.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. 12 o'clock, my senior alderman in 5 is going to sleep already, so.
I beg your pardon.
Now, on a serious note, let me thank my alderman here in Ward 4. That's a great thing, and I'm so glad you come through. One question, I'll shut up. Turn them off at night. How's that going to work now?
That's even a better question. It's one of the best questions of the night. We have got.
Don't wake him up.
No. We have got a system now, Mr. Waters, that we're installing, that we will install on these lights, that we've got an app on our phones, and our staff does. And when they're supposed to go off at 10 o'clock, Keith sets the app for 10:15, boom, 10:15, they're done. We have a storm like we did tonight at 9 o'clock, and the park clears out at 8:30. Keith, Stephen Russell, Dallas, one of my staff can go on there, shut the lights off on his phone and go to the house. Saves money, time, police effort. The police help us turn things off, but we can also assist them by killing the lights if they're running a wreck or something.
Will it work the same at Drake's Creek now?
Well, we are working to get all those up. They are not all on the same system yet. We've done 2 complexes, but working on soccer this year. We're just doing a
So
section
you
at a
don't
time.
mind me calling you at 12 o'clock when it's in my life?
Well, you got about 2.5 months, and then you're off the hook, okay? You can't do it
No,
after
I
like
just made it
August.
till October.
Thank you, buddy.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Waters. Alderman Stamper.
Yeah, I remember when Dave would actually go by there and turn them all off at the night. Sorry, the old switch. But the junior alderman Ward 1 brought up something that made, and forgive my not being very knowledgeable about these things, and I know we have a great relationship with Tennessee United, so I want to make sure what we're proposing now in this amendment is not putting in jeopardy the grant that we're going for with them. Is that my understanding?
That's right. It has nothing to do with the grant. The grant application and the concession stand, which we're getting ready to have a meeting on Friday, has absolutely nothing to do with these lights.
Okay, but she said if you don't do it, are you not going to give us the? Maybe I'm just real confused. So we're in good shape.
Hold on one
Can you
second.
clarify
Want-
that?
We'll go to that. Okay, Alderman Petrelli.
What I asked the representative from the nonprofit soccer group, what I asked was their $20,000 donation to the city contingent on us putting in 2 lights for $10,000? And he said yes. So if we don't put in the lights, we don't receive a contribution of $20,000 from that nonprofit group.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure that going down from the 250, I didn't know if it was tied to the 250 amount, because I don't know where the 250 amount came from, and now we're down to 115, which is great, or 225. I like that. I just didn't want to put anything at risk on getting an extra 20K. So it sounds like a win-win-win all the way around.
It's a win-win at this point for what we've got, what we need to have done at that particular complex.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
I want to ask for a clarification. Now, Tennessee United and Hendersonville Soccer Club will still be providing the money they do every year for maintenance, which is the neighborhood of $15,000 a year? So that's going to continue whether we vote on this up or down. Is that a good guess of what they provide?
Yeah, all the leagues, you know, when Civitan contributes $6,000 to cut dugout covers, they still pay their maintenance fees over and above what they contribute there. So, you know, if we ask them for $20,000 donation, they're still going to have to pay their maintenance fees.
Yep.
So that has nothing to do with that. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me catch up here. Alderman Sprouse.
I just want to double check. I mean, I know that in the long term, it's better to own than it is to rent. But even with a $20,000 contribution going towards the purchase, I mean, we're still looking at a very large net increase to this year's budget if we install new lights as opposed to taking the ones we currently have and that we're renting. And in a year where we just spent pretty good amount of time of arguing about should we test firemen's ladders, I know long-term it's better, but if short-term we don't have the money for the long-term solution, are we better off just renting until we can get in a better financial footing? I mean,
And again, all of this process, it's a great question, but I'm gonna be very frank. I don't want to throw city money away on renting lights for 3 or 4 months at $9,000 a season, and then that money's just gone. We don't have anything for it.
But the problem is we don't have the money. Right now, we don't have the money for it, so there's not even the money to
Well,
throw
and-
away. And I say that as someone who grew up in the parks and kids who grew up in the parks and was very excited was part of purchasing that land for Veteran Park and very excited to develop it. But I think before we even have this vote, we need to look what the net change to the budget's going to be. That we take the expense of the purchase and subtract out the savings from the rental, the contribution from Tennessee United, and just say straight up, by doing this, we're going to increase the budget by this amount.
Well, can I make, great question, but I just had a thought looking at my budget while we were speaking and talking. In rental, Matt, you're going to be happy about this one too. Rental lease, okay, we put $20,000 in rent or lease in the line item budget. Okay, $20,000 out of that rental lease is for the rental of those lights. So we can back out that $20,000 if we don't rent the lights.
Hold on.
So-
I think that's for other rentals and lease, because I want to make sure about this. I think that, is that not for other?
No, I asked Jenny today to make sure.
Okay.
She sent the rental lease for the lights. Yeah. That's in there too. When I'm looking at the,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that initially, when we put this in, when Mr. Waters talked to me about putting this in there, it was to eliminate that $18,000 or $20,000.
right. If we back the $18,000 out, it would still leave us about $18,000 in the budget for copy machines and other things like that.
Okay.
But I asked Jenny today, I said, would you check and see what line item that we take that out of? She said the first year they took it out of the bond issue because there was money left at the end of the year, but the last 2 seasons have come out of rental lease.
Okay.
But I could check that before the next reading of the
Yeah,
budget if
let's-
y'all want me to.
I mean, I'd love to take out $18,000 expense, but
Yeah.
I think it's already gone. Is there? Okay. Are you, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Alderman Waters.
One more question. David Lamar,
Yes, sir.
how you doing? Will we still get the 20,000 if we keep the temporary lights? It's just when we install the permanent lights.
That's right. They're gonna try to assist us in purchasing permanent lights is what they're gonna do. But
We won't get that 20,000 donation
No, sir.
with the light you got out there now.
No, sir.
Are we paying that rent on those lights sitting out there right now?
Now, their 25th of May was the last day that our contract with them, and we have called them 3 times to come pick them up, and they just haven't picked them up yet. But
They
we're
sure
not.
hadn't. Is out there today?
Yeah, they're out there today.
You got them over in the
Yeah.
corner.
Yeah,
I started to get one and
they
take
paid
home.
for through May 25th, which was our contract, and we told them to come pick them up on the 26th, and they haven't picked them up yet.
So we don't owe them nothing. Okay.
No,
Thank-
sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate it, Alderman Waters. Alderman Gilly.
Two things. The first thing is none of the stuff that we've added to the budget is, we have money for at this point, really.
Yeah.
Um,
It's true. Yeah.
Second thing is, I guess the net, right now, the net effect on the overall general fund from this amendment would be a wash. It's a wash. But it also lowers the amount that we were negative from Mr. Brown's amendment, making up 55,000. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Mr. Minix.
Ron, do you want to, go ahead.
Mr. Brown's amendment put 55,000 in for the in-car video.
Mm-hmm.
This amendment also does that. Is that what you intend to do?
Right, but I
to
want,
wash his
I want
55.
his,
Yeah.
I'm basically funding his amendment with my amendment, is what I'm doing. So that helps, right?
Which allows us to reduce the additional money that we're spending so far.
Correct.
Okay. Is that? I just hurt somebody's head.
That's the way I've been. He's gonna need $55,000 less from his police amendment because of this amendment.
And as we were leaving earlier, I think Ron said we're about, right now, we've added to the expenditure, we've reduced the bottom line general fund by about $260,000. Now we can reduce that reduction by $55,000.
Okay, I didn't understand that
Okay.
the offset of Mr. Brown.
Yes, it's not additional in-car cameras. It's
It's an
to
offset.
take his $55,000 and reduce
Overall,
that.
I was short about $100,000, well, he's giving me 55.
Can I give part of it to
Actually, I
police,
would like to have
part,
it,
Mr. Brown, can I give part of it to police and part of it to fire so I can kind of stay on the good side of both of them? I'm just asking.
Alderman Gilly, anything else?
I think I'm good for now. Thank you.
Alderman Stamper.
Thank you. If I can provide some clarification, I guess, because this amendment is decreasing expenditures by 115, increasing expenditures by 35, is the way I understand it.
60.
No.
No? Are we all wrong?
He's saying the 55, he's just talking about something that was done a previous amendment. This particular amendment is a reduction of expenditures of 115, increase 20 for tennis courts and 15 for Dave's salary. So that's 35,000. The in-car cameras is just kind of a good thought process for us to think of funding that. But the actual amendment itself is for a overall reduction to
Hold on.
expenditures of 85,000.
Golf course parking lot. Golf course parking lot.
Golf course paving for 25,000.
Okay, so 60.
Still, yes.
Correct. So
Yeah.
it's an overall savings of 60 for just looking at this amendment by itself. And I think what the senior alderman from Ward 2 was trying to get at was if no lights, if things were just the way they were, we would, we're adding to the budget by purchasing lights.
Correct.
So if the original document of the budget had been to just keep status quo, really we're adding to that. But it's like what's been mentioned before about the need to go ahead and do it this year offsets that argument somewhat. I'm just trying to put the right things that people are saying. So, yeah, I understood what the senior alderman was saying from Ward 2, but again, I support the amendment, but I just want to make sure that it's not technically a wash. This amendment is actually a savings to the general fund.
55,000.
Yeah. And if you want to think of it as offsetting a previous amendment, that's your prerogative.
Alderman Petrelli.
Thank you, Mayor. What is the approximate cost of the lights to pay for them throughout the year for operation?
That's something I'd have to go back and pull all electric bills.
Just
and
a
I'll-
ballpark.
Well, the electricity bill in the entire park system for a
Hold
year
on.
is 150,000 plus or minus. Okay, so it's just, it depends on weather, it depends on events, and you know, it's kind of rolls. We haven't been within budget on electricity in 10 years. We've been over that budget line item because we have no control over the cost of NES and TVA, and so whatever they charge us, they charge us.
Sure. Well, you know, I appreciate the thought that the junior alderman from Ward 4 has given to the funding. And are we talking about 250 or 225? Because I've seen both figures in this book.
225.
Because on page 53, it says 250.
You're right.
Oh,
On 19, Mr. Minnick said what's actually in the budget. Sorry. 225.
okay. You know, again, I guess what my concern is that we have such a tight budget with a proposed fee on tax looming in the background, which scares the fire out of me. You know, we have to prioritize, and this park has been in existence for 18 months, 2 years, right? And how long did the park sit vacant? Before it was a park, how long was it?
10 years.
10 years. So, I mean, the need is there. I get that, but with this tight of a budget, I mean, we really have to prioritize and, just, you know, with my knowledge of this project going back up to November of 2017 and all the oddities associated with it, and also the stipulation that the donation will not come unless we put in those lights, I just can't support that. So I cannot support this amendment. Thank you. I'm fine with everything but the lights. What the junior alderman from Ward 4, I'm fine with the tennis courts and the this and that. Take the 110 and put it back into police and fire. Thank you.
Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you. Mouthful of pizza. So have we decided whether or not that 20,000 was taken out for the light rentals or not?
We feel like it is, but I'll make sure to check.
But we're going to make sure, yeah.
Okay, so that would be 20,000 more savings because we would have to
Right.
eliminate that.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we have the 25,000 for the paving, 15,000, 20,000, 55,000. So it's going to come down to whether we spend 20,000 for rentals or 110,000 for purchase. Is that right?
Bottom line.
Is that right?
Yeah. I mean,
Go-
So,
Alderman-
or a savings of 80,000.
Alderman Gilly.
Really, it would be 90 because you're getting a $20,000 donation that you would also have to then go.
So it would be less than,
If
yeah,
you
so it
don't
would
do
be
that,
70.
if you don't do that, you'd have to go back and take that out of the budget as a revenue source too.
Okay.
So,
All right, I just want to get it straight in my head.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Alderman Cunningham, Alderman Gilly, thank you. So we've got an amendment properly seconded to reduce the line item for lights at Volunteer Park by $115,000. That's a reduction there. And that to add in Parks budget $20,000 for resurfacing the tennis courts, $15,000 for additional salaries in parks, and $25,000 to repave the parking lot of the golf course. Have I stated that pretty well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All those in favor of this amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. No from Alderman Petrelli and Alderman Sprouse. Alderman Gilly.
Done, thank you.
Alderman Skidmore.
Thank you, Mayor. Well,
I
Got-
got around to you.
yeah, that's okay. Got some good news and I got some bad news. Good news is I love y'all. Y'all are just the greatest things in the world, and I just really enjoy working with you. Now, the bad news is, and I'm going to have Chip come up and explain a little bit, and I don't know where we need to go, but I need to advise the board this. For the city of Hendersonville, the American Disabilities Act's transition plan, for us to do the transition plan, it's going to cost us $250,000. Now, as I understand it, and please, Chip, our Public Works Director, correct me if I'm wrong, we have to at least let them know that we are initiating a plan by December the 19th?
Well,
Or-
actually, this this process started a while back. TDOT made us send some people, some of our staff, through ADA classes, and we've been meeting with HR, and each department's moving towards having kind of like its own ADA coordinator. Luckily for Public Works, the traffic engineer's prime person to take over that. But no, we have to have a ADA transition plan finalized and approved by the federal government by December of 19. This is citywide. Our city buildings have to be looked at. I asked Peter to come up and talk a little bit more.
Is it December of 2019?
Yes.
Okay.
And so this thing takes quite a while. It is something that is typically done through professional services to get this plan. As Public Works, we would probably be taking care of a lot of this. A lot of it has to do with our handicap ramps, which luckily when we did our pavement management program, we had all those picked up when they TV'd all the roads. So we've already got a leg up on that, but there's a lot more that Peter can enlighten you about.
All right, Peter, would you like to come up and face the firing squad?
I don't know if I can enlighten people more than that. HR has a small part in the ADA, and so I can take care of that in my office. The rest of it, this transition plan, does involve the entire city, all our buildings, sidewalks. That all has to be done, and what I'm hearing at conferences and all, cities are hiring consultants to come in and get this done, because you just don't have enough in-house staff to get it all accomplished. And if you don't get it done, well, you can face some fines, and more so, you wouldn't be able to get grants.
Okay. So to enlighten me a little bit, as well as the board, and either you or Chip both can answer this, I hope, do we have to complete the actual process, or is this something that we can let the federal government know that we are in the process of getting things done, but it does not have to be complete by next year? What do you, or
I
do
think
you
you
know?
have to have a plan in place,
Okay.
and that plan would consist on what improvements you're going to have to make, but I don't think you have to have all the improvements done, right, Chip? So you'd have to have your plan done. So you'd have to do the research. You'd have to, look at inspect every building, look at your intersections, traffic signals.
Okay, let me ask Chip then this, and I'm kind of putting him, and I'm kind of putting you in this, because I normally don't ever ask a question that I don't already know, or I've got an idea, but this one I really don't know. Where did the $250,000 come? I mean, where was that figure, where did that come from exactly? And I should have asked you this in committee, and I apologize for putting you on the spot.
We looked at cities that were similar to our size and our infrastructure and what we needed to come across, and that was typically what the request for proposals came back at, what the cities were paying.
Okay. Other than that, I'm really asking for possible guidance from the board and also the mayor's office of any idea or any type of help, because that is a large, substantial hit on our budget for this year. And I don't know, I mean, I guess in a way I've got my own ideas, but I'd like to hear some others and I know it's late in the evening, but that's a pretty serious matter, 250 on our budget. And if you want to think about it, I guess we can wait until second reading, but I just need to let you know where we are on that in Public Works.
It's not real clear. Alderman Stamper.
I guess I don't understand. ADA, American with Disabilities Act. It passed in 1990.
Right.
So I'm not sure, I mean, I just don't understand why, at that time, all these rules came into place, and I don't know why, everything has to be made ADA compliant, basically from that point on, 28 years ago. And we had the disability board that's now, I don't know if we have any members left on it.
Well, I think, yeah,
You okay?
Yeah, I'm just curious about the need for the 250.
Alderman Skidmore, go ahead.
Yes. I was here, I don't hate to say it because I've enjoyed my stay and I enjoy helping people, but I remember when the American Disabilities Act went in, and when it actually did, it was really vague. In fact, we've got a disabilities committee that never meets, basically. When it first started, when ADA did it, it was wide open. I mean, there wasn't much that Congress or the president at that time and his policies ever really said anything, and so we just kind of waited, like most municipalities. And as time has gone by, they've become more obviously prevalent, as we should help the disabled if they want to come to City Hall. But as far as this program, I don't know when it was instituted, but I certainly know that it wasn't 20-something years ago. It's fairly, I would say, what? Do you all know when this actually came into effect for municipalities? We can certainly look and see.
Yeah.
But I really don't know.
Yeah, I guess I'm just questioning where we got the $250,000 number.
Yeah.
That seems awfully high to.
Yeah, we just got, Alderman Moore, listen to me. Our Public Works Director, Moore, said that he had checked with other municipalities our size, and that is what the expenditure was.
Okay.
I mean, I know I'm just as, I'm, just as perplexed as everybody else is on this board, actually.
Okay.
Alderman Stanford, anything else?
No.
Okay. Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the ADA law became effective 1990. I think our challenge here is not so much City Hall, the building itself. I think our challenge is going to be in the streets, sidewalks, just trying to get around in a wheelchair. I've had a lot of experience with my son, and so is Alderman Petrelli with her brother. The $250,000, would that take care of all the ADA requirements in the city, Chip?
What this is mainly doing is it is going out and checking out all of our deficiencies, making sure that we have a plan, we show how it's going to be funded over a period of time, and give us a path to getting these issues completed. Because I would probably say, having lived in Metro for a while, they really didn't start picking up on doing a lot of sidewalks and stuff too, and a lot of towns and municipalities kind of need a little push along the way to make these things more of a priority for the federal government. So then they come down with these types of requirements on us, much like the Clean Water Act, and we finally got, the stormwater program. So they want us to go and check all of our sidewalks, like you said, our handicap ramps, There have been many transitions in handicap ramps over the decades. All of our street crossing signs, our crosswalks, accessibility to all of our buildings where we can do it. They probably are also going to go through and look at our specs and make sure we're requiring certain things, which we do. So, you know, there are some things we are currently doing. We have picked up some of this stuff already previously. So this is just something that is going to basically put all this together in a book across all departments, police, fire, all city hall, possibly even the library, since that's part of our purview. You know, so it's going to take all this, put it into a plan. We'll send it to the feds, they'll approve it, and then we'll be in compliance. So
Yeah,
it's mainly a compliance issue.
The library is a fairly new building, and that probably would have to have met ADA requirements anyway, so I'm
Yes.
not worried about
Right.
that.
It'll still be looked at because it's a
This
city
building,
structure.
I'm not too worried about because it's ground level. It was wasn't it a doctor's?
Correct. This was
Offices
a
and
medical
stuff.
facility at one time, but we did have some door issues that we've been working on over the years.
Mhm.
But like the old police annex is completely not ADA compliant.
Well,
but
that's
it won't fall into
What,
it most
what's
likely.
going to be the big bulk of it is going to be your roadways, your sidewalks, non-sidewalks,
Mm-hmm.
curbing, that sort of thing. And that's why I was wondering about how you came up with 250,000 because citywide, to me, that would cost.
Well, that's just the plan. That's
Okay,
not
that's just the
implementing the
plan.
plan.
Okay,
Yes.
so we have to have the plan ready by the end of next year, 2019.
Mhm.
So would we be spending all that money up front or incrementally as we get a plan together?
I would recommend you would spend most of it up front because
Okay.
then I would not be surprised when we do send some of these things to state and federal entities. They look at it and they say, hey, this isn't quite right. And they submit it back. We get it fixed. So I would probably say that you would want to give at least a 6-month window for approval.
Okay, I have a suggestion, and I don't know if we're going to be able to do this or not, but it seems to me like the bulk of the work is going to be on the roadways, sidewalks. Am I pretty?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Why can't we use State Street aid funds for most of it or part of it?
I don't know that it mentions
Since we're going to be
that.
doing the work on the
Yeah.
roadways and sidewalks
I'm
and
not
curbing.
sure-
Alderman Skidmore, hold on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Would that be could we maybe check with MTS and maybe see if that would be an allowable use for State Street aid funds, since we have a ending balance of over $400,000?
I would probably say their comment would be that since it's not all going to be roads and in the right-of-way, it could be structures that you have outside the right-of-way, they would say no.
Alderman Cunningham, you want to go to Alderman Skidmore, or you want anything else?
Well, could we separate the two? Could we separate the buildings, which are going to be I'm thinking a small part of it, and the roadways and sidewalks and that sort of thing?
I could request it, but I don't know how it would.
Yeah, if we could have that more defined, that would be a good start, I think.
A lot of the repairs
to
could
try
be
to
done
find
with
some
State
of the
Street
funds.
aid.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Arlene, go ahead.
to try to find some of the funds to be able to, at least start implementing the plan.
Alderman
Okay,
Cunningham, anything
yeah.
else?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Then,
Alderman
thanks,
Skidmore, I got a couple other people. Do you want to respond to this, or you want to wait?
Well, I'll just quickly respond, and then, because while it's on my mind, because if I don't, I'll forget it. But Alderman Cunningham is correct, and Ron is correct as well. We'll have to research that and the State Street Aid Fund to see whether it falls under that criteria. But to be honest with you, in my years of being in Public Works, I doubt, I've never seen that language in State Street Aid, to be honest with you. I've never seen that, but now it might be now. And I certainly hope that it is, because if it is, after everybody speaks, I'm sitting here kind of thinking we might get a plan going. But go ahead. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me respond.
Sure. Alderman Petrelli.
Thank you, Mayor. So I graduated in architecture school in 1993, so I grew up a little bit with ADA since it was starting to be implemented. So one of my questions is, are there fines associated with not having our strategic plan in place by 2019, kind of like how stormwater management has fines?
We would be ineligible for federal funds, so that would be any additional state projects that we might try to run through MPO.
So that would knock us out of MPO
Yes,
projects?
yes.
Wow. Okay, so that's, okay, so this is another item essentially that's just non-negotiable. This is something that we have to budget for and then do the actual, I don't mean plans, but a plan, a package, specs, going over everything that we own, including buildings.
Yes.
So that's also going to include height restrictions in addition to horizontal. Okay, so in my mind, being knocked out of consideration of federal granting and streets that have to get on the MPO, this is obviously another line item that is not eligible to be considered. So this is my third budget process, and isn't it my third? 16, 17, 18. This is my third budget process. So each year I've seen it done differently. Granted, you know, I've transitioned, thank you, Chip, I've transitioned over to mayor. So, Mayor Clary, I know this is our second budget together. I'm trying to understand so that I can make better decisions on how you decided what to include and not include in the budget, because $250,000 to me, I mean, that's a lot of money to come up with. So I'm just trying to understand, what was your process of eliminating that? Did you go around to each department and speak with the department heads to determine what was in and what was out of the budget? Thank you.
Alderman Strauss.
Thank you. First off,
No, excuse me.
okay.
Mayor, I was actually asking you a question.
Okay, Alderman Strauss is next. I'm going to let him speak.
Well, first off, I'm going to take a little point and say, in case y'all didn't notice, I have the best wife in the world. She will deliver pizza, not just to me, but to all of y'all after midnight. I did not ask. She flew in, had a long flight, got home, and said, do y'all want me to bring you any food? So, yeah, I have well, y'all don't have to know my wife. You just have to know me to know that I have a lovely and patient wife.
I heard that.
Chip, I'm kind of just following some of the things just to make sure I understand. This was in your budget proposal. This was in your budget request originally?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to get into the when did it become applicable on the ADA, because the EPA is as old as I am almost. And we have new EPA regulations every year that we have to deal with. We have application of Civil Rights Division. We've gotten a letter from the Civil Rights Division years ago from the Department of Justice about something. That was an application that they would have never considered sending to the city of Hendersonville and asking us to change 10 or 20 years ago. We just have to deal with the reality of federal agencies, federal requirements, and that hopefully, well, while we know that they're going to be constantly changing, they're constantly changing to the better. I mean, we really shouldn't have to have a federal law to tell us that our city should be accessible to people. But we do. And the hammer is, if we don't follow that law, we lose, you don't realize the millions that we can potentially get. We haven't been getting as much from the MPOs we've had in years past, but we've had millions of dollars worth of work done with those funds. And I said it earlier, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but what kind of budget do we have has been presented to us if something as important as a federal mandate that if we don't follow, we could lose millions of dollars of funding that we depend upon? How is that taken out of the department head's budget before it gets to this board? I mean, I'm ready to vote on this thing. I don't know how we're going to pay for it, but if we don't pass it, I definitely don't know how we're going to pay for it, because the bill's going to be a lot bigger.
Alderman Skidmore, did you want to make we actually don't have an amendment on the floor. Did you want to, I want to get back and.
Yes, sir, I do, but before I make that amendment, I'm wondering, because okay, of the 250,000, that is for the actual work complete, that's just for the plan? Let me add, well, okay. All right. Okay, let me ask you it this way. if we were able, all right, in your contacts with these other cities, did they just go out and bid the people that were going to do the plan, and then they came back and said it's going to cost you $250,000 or $175,000 or whatever it was? They actually just bid the people that came in and did the assessment, and then they came back, and then the city had to, say, okay, open up and let's pay to get it done. Did they do it that way?
Well, typically what, you just put out an RFQ, and so then they come back with different proposals, and you see what kind of plans that they're going to provide with the scope that you're requesting.
Right.
And then, you enter negotiations with them, and then you set the fee. And that's where they were typically budgeting $250,000 to get the entire plan and get everything set up so they could start implementing the plan. As far as what all we need to do, I know signs is one of our big ones. Luckily, we are going into CDBG funds for those
Right.
areas where we can. And then for sidewalks, I know there's a few that we need to get into, and a lot of them don't meet current ADA rules, and so I know we need to have a plan that's going to say we're going to spend X amount of dollars per year changing these truncated cones out to something else. So it's just basically showing that we're making an effort to go and construct this thing and bring the city up to modern.
Because I think the board, you're seeing where I'm trying to go with this. If we were, instead of spending or appropriating 250, if we could go out with a, but see, we don't know. I mean, it would require more information. Say they came back and said the thing was only going to cost, the plan is going to cost $75,000, then we could look at it, at a later date. Do you see where I'm coming from, ladies and gentlemen? I guess. No disrespect. I didn't apologize to Arlene and that. But that's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to do is minimize this hit. So, I'm going to go ahead and make the amendment to add it to the 250 into the budget. I have no choice really at this point. And that'll give us next week, and then 2 weeks when we come back on second reading, maybe we'll have some information for the board where we can cut that cost. We'll start frantically looking to see what we can do. If it passes, it may not. I don't know. I mean,
motion is second. Anything else, Alderman Skidmore?
I know it got awfully quiet in here, and I sure am sorry, but it's important that we do the American Disabilities Act. We really, it's a part of our society, which we should always look after our fellow man. I'm just sorry for the price, and maybe we can come back in 2 weeks and try to find something that is, that maybe they're just wanting us to go out with a request for a proposal, and it may be not as cost as $250. If it is, we'll take it out of the budget in 2 weeks. Not the whole $250, but whatever the plan or what it may look like. It may be $75,000. I would much rather pay $75 for the plan than $250 on this budget that we're trying to keep as low as possible. That's my thought process, Mayor and Board. That's all.
Alderman Waters.
Chip, did you say a while ago that State Street 8 would not, or you don't know?
We don't know at this point. My standard rule of thumb has been, and it's served me well when I do consult MTAS, is if I'm in doubt, it's no.
Can you find out before the 2 weeks?
Oh, yes, sir. We'll be in touch.
If I can indulge my, Mayor, if I can ask my chairman down there.
Feel free.
Could we defer this for 2 weeks and let Chip do his work?
If I may respond, Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You know, Alderman Waters, I think that's an excellent idea. It'll give us more of an insight on where we need to go with it. So what I would like to do, if the maker of the second,
Alderman Campbell?
we'll just, I'm going to ask to rescind that amendment to the budget, but beware that come 2 weeks, you know, we'll be back with it.
Well,
Now,
I
you know,
understand
hopefully it'll be lower.
I understand, Mayor,
Yes, sir.
but I'd rather be sure that they will not. I'd hate for us to pass it and him come back and say, hey, yeah, they will.
Right.
So I appreciate you withdrawing your motion.
Yes,
Thank
sir,
you, Mayor.
Alderman Waters. Yes, sir.
Okay. Alderman Skidmore, anything?
No, I'll just withdraw, and we'll address this in 2 weeks.
Okay. You still have the floor if you have any other items for the budget overall.
No, y'all have done an excellent job in discussing a very hard budget this evening, and I know, I've got a feeling, I hope that it's coming to a close, and then we'll address everything else in 2 weeks.
Alderman Skidmore, thank you. Alderman Strauss.
Thank you. I previously discussed the items that were not included in the budget that were recommended by the Community Allocations Committee. I'd like to have a discussion. If you look at page 20, hand-numbered page 20, line items associated, reviewed, recommended by the General Committee. We did not, we proposed no changes to the budget that was presented to us by the Codes Department. You can see the moving the administration hearing officer, the aesthetic coordinator, professional services, that line there in the executive department. And the three I want to talk about specifically right now are the three items for the HR department: increase in professional services to $75,000, increase dues and subscriptions to $4,800, that's from $3,000, and increase wellness special projects to $14,000. That's from $10,000. I can tell you that we have personal benefit and productivity and enjoyment, stress reduction from our employees. We also recognize some benefits from our health insurance provider and medical cost and the wellness program. It's been a while since we've had a deep conversation about this, but a few years ago, we even went so far as the city, our HR department being recognized by the American Heart Association for its program, its wellness program, and was received a designation that not only does it not typically go to cities, it's something that normally goes to private business, it typically goes in Middle Tennessee to companies like HCA and Bridgestone and large companies. And so very proud about the work that we do there. And I think we all know at least one person in City Hall who has personally benefited from lifestyle, but also from health and health expenses because of this program. But I'm not going to spend much more time on that. In fact, I'm not going to spend any more time other than ask Peter if you could come up and talk about those three line items, and if you want to talk about the wellness program first, and then talk about the increase of dues and subscriptions, and then professional services after that.
Sure. This past year, we did a Weight Watchers at Work program, and it was very successful. It was a 12-week program, and I want to say the group lost about 110 pounds. And then I had no more money that I could fund it, so we had to stop the program. And so I'm asking if we could have a fall program and a spring program, and that cost would be $4,000. The increase in the dues and subscription is I'd like to buy a subscription for clerical testing so that we could standardize our clerical testing and can do that online. Right now, we have departments make up tests, and then we have to try to administer those tests inside our office, and it would just make us more efficient to do that. And then, of course, the largest item is I've been trying to keep count of all the new employees that we're adding to our city, and each one of those employees cost about $1,000 for us to have post-offer tests run, which comes out of our professional services line item. And I didn't budget for 30 new employees. And so we need to add some money in that place there. If not, I'm going to run out of money, and I'll have to come ask y'all for money. So that was a thought pattern behind all that.
Well, thank you for the information on that. And based upon that, I'll just say that, I mean, I've heard stories of particularly one employee a few years ago because of the wellness program and lifestyle changes, the decrease in medication that he had to take, and that's a personal improvement to his life, but at the end, it affects the city's finances because it affects ultimately what we have to pay for health insurance. I'll say from a personal standpoint, I'm not a city employee, but I benefited from an employer who did wellness screenings and had a wellness screening at work that caught something that physicals did not. And so I hope that we have the opportunity to do that. So I offer as an amendment the 3 line items in the recommendation from the General Committee on the HR department budget. You'll see those 3 listed there, the increase to professional services, dues and subscriptions, and the increase for the wellness program.
Is that a total of increase of 35,800?
I'll trust your math on that.
We have a motion. And a second. Those in favor of agreeing to the amendment to increase those 3 items in HR for a total of 35,800, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. Oh, why don't we take a roll? Thank you, Kay.
Brown,
No.
Campbell,
Aye.
Cunningham,
No.
Frisbee,
No.
Frost,
Yes.
Gilly,
Yes.
Petrelli,
Yes.
Skidmore,
No.
Sprouse,
Yes.
Stamper,
No.
Waters,
No.
Clary.
No. That fails 5-7. Alderman Stamper.
I have a question. Is the hearing officer, where is that in the budget?
It's in a couple places. One is it's under,
I see the 40,000 and move admin hearing, well, that didn't get done, but.
Yeah.
Hours and hours ago, we had this discussion in finance about that. I can't remember.
it went to professional services, and then the revenue is under, where's the revenue? The expense is under professional services now.
In which department? The
executive. Or is it central? Maybe I shouldn't answer the question if I don't know the answers.
It's listed here as executive.
Okay.
Those didn't get made, though. Those are just, those weren't in the budget.
Page 25.
Yeah, it's 400,000.
Okay.
Those are the fees that we expect the executive administrative hearing officer for us to increase that by the hiring, but the expense side is where?
It was originally put under the salary under the executive department.
It's still in the salaries. Is,
Well, on page 34, it said move this position to professional services. The professional services still says $7,000 on page 31.
Yeah.
It's like choose your own adventure, remember? If you want to go in the cave, go this way.
It's, okay. It's still listed under salaries, because I noticed that our salaries in executive is still significantly higher than it was last year, and that's the only reason that could be.
Salaries and benefits, new positions, there it is.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we need to move that.
Okay, I found it
Okay.
just now. Salaries and yeah, it's in the third line.
Okay.
I was just having trouble
Appreciate
following
that.
the trail. I'm
Okay.
good.
Appreciate that, okay. Thank you, Alderman Stamper. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Michelle. I'm about to go back to the main motion.
Mayor, point of clarification here on this last. Sorry.
You're okay, you're good.
The last the last amendment that we just voted on, that was to accept the increases, if I could ask the chairman of the general committee. That was just to accept the increases on page 20, which totaled up to 35,800, right? That was the amendment. So, correct me if I'm wrong, the hearing officer is still in there. Is that?
Hearing officer is still there. And so is the revenue from the hearing officer. And that's something we've got to be very careful about. The hearing officer is not supposed to, it's not an opportunity to make money.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Alderman Stamper.
If we're on the main motion, it appears like we're about ready to vote on it. Can I get an amount of where our general fund is off of the original budget as presented of 2.834290?
We're showing 2,733,496. It's a reduction of 100,794 from the amendment.
Thank you.
$100,000, $100,794. Okay. Okay. Alderman Campbell.
Bring forward an amendment to add back in the HR on page 20, the $30,000 for professional services. Just vote that one line item there for the additional employees we're getting ready to hire through the fire and police and all the others. We're going to have some money somewhere to test these people.
Second.
It's $1,000 a person.
Got a motion and a second.
Line, page 20, line item, professional services, HR. Be the third one on the left-hand side, general committee, third line item. It's $30,000. With all the new hires we have coming along, you're going to have to test them. We test everybody, so.
Increase that by how much?
$30,000, back to the original request.
Got a motion and a second. Alderman Sprouse.
I'm sorry, I was in queue for something else.
Okay. Anybody wishing to discuss this amendment?
Got to test them.
We'll have Kate. I'm sorry, Alderman Skidmore.
Just a quick question. Is this the same thing we just?
I'm going to say it's not. I mean, technically, if it were the same, we'd need somebody on the prevailing side to bring it up, but this is sort of separating them.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why I picked up one item, just.
I got you.
That one item.
I'm with you.
Kay, will you call the roll? I'm going to ask Kay to call the roll, and all those in favor, please signify by saying aye to adding $30,000 back into professional services, additional expense, and those opposed, please say no.
Brown,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cunningham,
No.
Frisbee,
Yes.
Frost,
Yes.
Gilly,
Yes.
Petrelli,
Yes.
Skidmore,
Yes.
Sprouse,
Yes.
Stamper, Waters,
Yes.
Clary,
No.
It passed.
Okay, that passes 9-3. So Matt, I think the answer to your question just a minute ago is now 130,794. Alderman Sprouse.
Thank you. I'll get into the details on this in a later item that's coming up, but I just want to remind you that this budget and the ending general fund balance is based upon a significant increase to the trash fee, a fee that is paid only by homeowners, not commercial property owners or people who live in apartments or the people who own the apartments. And so one of the things we have to think about is what's going to happen in a couple of votes from now, and how is that going to affect the budget we have before us. Thank you.
All those in favor of accepting first reading of ordinance 2018-22 as amended, please signify by saying aye. When Kate calls your name, those opposed, please signify by saying no.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Frisbee,
Aye.
Frost,
Yes.
Gilly,
Yes.
Petrelli,
Yes.
Skidmore,
Yes.
Sprouse, Stamper,
No.
Waters,
Yes.
Clary.
No. That passes 9-3. Next on our agenda is first reading of ordinance 2018-23. This is ordinance fixing the rate of taxation in the city of Hendersonville, Sumner County, Tennessee. I so move. Motion and a second. All those in favor of accepting first reading of ordinance 2018-23, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Next, we have first reading of ordinance 2018-24. This is an ordinance imposing a fee in the amount of $332 annually for the purpose of funding a universal system of domestic garbage collection and disposal. I so move. I've got a motion and a second. Alderman Strauss.
Thank you. Same discussion we had last year. Facts don't change. I wish that the director of the Chamber of Commerce, who wished that we had a community education program about this matter, was here so that we could say, we know about this. I was here when this program was put together and the current funding was set up. And here's what we do. There are components related to trash that have nothing to do with collection. Has to deal with disposal. Sometimes we have to deal with issues relating to the Resource Authority, which is no longer in operation, but we still have contractual obligations in dealing with that facility. Same thing with our landfill. We've had to have an emergency expenditure not long ago to cap a landfill. Those are facilities that every waste generator in Hendersonville uses. When the Resource Authority was in operation, we had something called flow control. That meant that no matter who picked up your garbage, the garbage, if it was picked up in Hendersonville, it had to go to the Resource Authority. There were they had to have a certain volume for their finances to work, and we had to guarantee a certain volume. We still ended up having to write every year a pretty sizable check to subsidize the operations of the Resource Authority. What we did many, many years ago, and this may even happen when Mayor Clary was Alderman Clary, to lighten the loads upon homeowners and their burden is we took the price specifically and only what's the cost for collection. City of Hendersonville contracts with a third-party hauler. That third-party hauler charges us a rate per household based on the number of households that we have in the community. That's how we come up with a number, and we have passed that through for years to the penny to the homeowners. That's what we've done. What's in this budget is about a 17% increase to that fund, or to that line item. I want to remind you, that's a line item paid only by people who get their garbage picked up by the City of Hendersonville. Who are those people? They're people who own homes. Commercial property owners do not pay for municipal pickup, so they will not see this increased if we pass it. So we're talking small mom and pop shops, but we're also talking about the folks who own Streets of Indian Lake and own the new Kroger shopping center. Millions upon millions of dollars of commercial property owners, businesses, and users who get the full benefit of services of the City of Hendersonville, police service, fire service, road services, sidewalks, we can go on, that they would not be able to conduct their business if not for the services for the City of Hendersonville, for which they do pay taxes. Same thing with people who live in apartments. We hear a lot of times people who live in apartments don't pay taxes. They pay taxes because their apartment owner, the people who own the apartments, pay taxes on that property, and they pay it at a commercial rate, so they're actually paying a higher rate than people who live in homes, residential property. But because the city doesn't pick up trash at apartments, the city doesn't charge people who live in apartments that fee. So again, that's going to be an increase they're not going to see, even though they see the benefit of fire service, police service, parks, sidewalks. We can go on and on. You're going to hear that what this is going to do is this is going to enable the city to free up some money. Because all of a sudden, instead of us paying for certain things like disposal services and maintenance at the Resource Authority and any expenditure that comes up with a landfill, which will forever be our responsibility because it's not going to go away, you're going to hear it's going to free up money because we're going to have this increase to pay for that. But those costs haven't gone up. What this is doing is really it's creating about $900,000 in new revenue So when you had a budget that was presented as a bare bones, and we've seen tonight how bare bones the budget is because federally regulated things were not in the budget, and things that are required for basic safety of our employees and to be able to do the job so they can maintain the safety of our residents, they weren't in the budget. But new things have been put in the budget because about $900,000 that is going to be added to the trash fee. Now, if we're going to increase spending for police and fire and for public works and for planning and all of these things you've seen we've added to the budget, everyone should pay for that. It shouldn't just be the people who own homes. It should be the people who own the large commercial properties and the businesses and the people who live in the apartments. This came before Finance Committee. I apologize. Finance Committee had a number for what the number should be. If someone for Finance Committee can help me with that number. 293. 293 represents the 3% contractual increase in pickup and collection that we've traditionally had. We do have a factor in the contract that every so often, because of cost of services, they can increase it. Some years we don't have an increase. And traditionally what we've done is we've taken that cost of increase of services, adopted that, and passed it straight through. My motion is we take that number, we amend what's before us, instead of having the number that's paying for all sorts of things, benefited for everything, and we go back to what we have done for years when we promised to residents that we're charging you this for pickup because this is what it cost us to pick up your garbage. That's my motion.
Got a motion and a second. I want to clarify something real quick. When we talked about the budget, we talked about a penny on the tax rate. That was about $159,000. In this case, reducing it by $1 reduces what our income, what the revenue would be by $18,597. So it's two different things. It doesn't have the same impact. So, Alderman Cunningham. Oh, okay. You good, Arlene? Okay. So we've got a motion and a second to amend the trash fee from $332 to $293. Ron, can you tell us what the impact of that would be in terms of revenue?
We would have to decrease the revenue $740,358 from the budget.
Okay.
We're originally at $892,650, and it's an increase.
Okay. Okay.
A difference of $152,297 to make up the 2% increase would be added to budget.
Help me, what's the reduction in the amount of revenue we get from the garbage fee if we reduce it by?
$740,358.
Gotcha. Appreciate that. Alderman Stamper.
What would that take the general fund down to on the budget that this board just passed?
$1,963,138.
So it takes us below 2 million. So, I mean, obviously it's the right thing to do, in my opinion. I second the motion. I think the trash fee is where it needs to be with this amendment. I just want us to contemplate over the next 2 weeks that we've set a budget with a general fund under $2 million.
Okay. Alderman Strauss. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No.
Abstain.
We're back on the main motion. All those in favor of the motion to set first reading of ordinance 2018-24 as amended, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. That passes 10-2. Yeah. Go ahead, Alderman Stamper.
Was to change to 293, and
Right.
then the main vote was
To pass it
pass
to
it at
293.
293.
Yeah.
But the votes were different?
Yeah. The difference was Alderman Cunningham abstained on the first one and voted no on the second one. Did I have that correct? Yeah. Okay. I think that's the only difference. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Alderman Brown, something on the budget?
Yes, a question, Mr. Minix, if possible.
Go ahead.
Mr. Minix, could you give me the figure to tax increase that would be needed to get us to $5 million from where we're sitting at right now?
Before he does that, I have a question.
Wait a minute, got suspense over here, Mr. Gilly. Do I? You need an extra calculator?
He's probably got to figure out.
I guess he hasn't got the bottom line yet. 31 cents. Oh, I don't need the 1
Does
cent.
not include 1%.
Alderman Gilly.
That does not, that does not include setting aside 1%.
Correct.
As we voted to do
Another
as well,
3%.
right?
It's another 3 cents.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Next on our agenda is appointment of a Management Review Committee member. The way that committee is set up is that it's the chairman of all the committees, and one other person is added to be the chairman of that committee. I'd like to entertain somebody who hasn't expressed any sort of judgment on the situation we've had. This is a committee that's going to make a recommendation, and ideally it would be somebody that hasn't already made up their mind on this situation. So would ask that you all consider that. Alderman Brown.
Well, I was going to nominate Vice Mayor, but I know he made a statement concerning himself.
Doesn't need a second. Are you going to nominate Hamilton Frost?
I would. I think that'd be fair.
Okay. Does not actually need a second. Alderman Petrelli? Okay. I'd like to nominate Alderman Waters. Alderman Strauss?
I would just like to address the nominations when they're closed.
Alderman Stamper?
Move to close nominations.
We have a motion to close nominations. I need a second to close on that motion. A motion, a second to close nominations. All in favor of closing the nominations, which gives us two nominees. That's Vice Mayor Frost and Alderman Jim Waters. All those in favor of closing nominations, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. So we have closed nominations. Alderman Strauss?
I'm going to speak on behalf of Vice Mayor Frost. Vice Mayor Frost has expressed an opinion, at least the one I saw in print, which was that the employee in question is a good employee. And I don't know any member of this board who has never expressed that opinion. But I will tell you that I know Mr. Frost to be fair and to be able to evaluate information that's presented to him. I know that he's done some of the toughest things it is for me to do, which is to tell a friend something that they don't want to hear, and then at the same time tell someone who hasn't been so friendly something that you can do to help them. And that's the hallmark of fairness. And I think that we would be well served by the experience of our senior member.
Everybody keeps saying Couple reasons.
Any other discussion?
Tenure, age.
So when Kay calls the roll, please express your choice by voting Frost. Or we're voting to add a member for a Management Review Committee, the person who will serve as the chairman of that committee. John, you want to do that one?
It's the committees of this board that hears grievances against the mayor by department heads. If an action's taken against a department head by the mayor that they don't agree with, they go to this committee. Each side tells their story, and then the committee makes a decision, and then either side can appeal it to the full board. It doesn't happen very often.
Oh, I've never heard of it before.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Alderman Campbell.
Since we had clarification on that just then, should the mayor be making nominations instead of reviewing him?
John?
I mean, I'm just asking.
It's a fair question.
I mean, yeah, I mean.
It's sort of the same issue in reverse. I think, though, that everyone's open to anyone on this board can make a recommendation, and I would trust the members of this board to properly evaluate the decision based on facts.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
So when Kay calls the roll, please express your preference by voting for Frost or Waters.
Brown,
The senior Alderman, Ward 5, Frost.
Campbell,
Frost.
Cunningham,
Waters.
Frisbee,
Frost.
Frost, Gilly,
Vice Mayor Frost.
Petrelli, Skidmore, Sprouse, Stamper,
Frost.
Waters,
You're older than I
voted.
What are you doing, Jim?
Clary,
Waters. Alderman Frost received 10, Alderman Waters received 2.
Motion to adjourn.
We got a motion to adjourn. A second? No, we're done. Oh, I'm sorry. That's just, is that just consideration? Just for consideration? All those in favor of adjourning, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no. We're adjourned.
I'm not going to say you can't nominate somebody.
Well, we should have done this a year and a half ago.
Probably did in 1990, maybe. It's a weird thing.